Hello, hello, hello. Thank Godot it's Friday. And not just any Friday. It's the solo develop jam. It's the solo develop game jam. It started 9 minutes ago. It sounds like I'm hearing two different songs at the same time. That's what it sounds like to me. Oh, I am. Pretzel Rocks is playing two different songs simultaneously. Stand by. I changed the radio, and instead of playing the new radio, well, it did play the new radio. It just kept playing the old radio. Never change. Never change, Pretzel Rocks. There we go. Anyway, welcome to day one of the Solo Dev Jam, the 11th edition. Hey, Sapphire. Good luck, jammers. Let's get going. I'm having a late morning here, so I've still got some breakfast, so. Hey, who prophesied that there would be over 1,000 joined by the time it started? This guy. I want that noted. I want that noted in the logs. The green screen. Oh, it's this sweatshirt. I might change this sweatshirt. We've got like a Vorpal Dave situation here. You kind of like the theme? It was one you upvoted. Yeah, everything has a cost. That's the theme. Way to take the wind out of my sails here. I guess delaying has a cost. Everything has a cost. We've got 2 days, 23 hours, 48 minutes, and about 40 seconds. Let's go. The way my sweatshirt, the thing my sweatshirt is doing is going to bother me. I'll be right back. Hey, Arneo. All right, there we go. Now I'm not like phasing out of existence. All right, yeah, idea crunching time. What are we doing? Everything has a cost. All right. So I guess what we do, a couple of quality of life things. Adjust all my equipment here. Because we're settle in. I'm going to be live for probably the next 6 hours. I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to do about noon to 6. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I might not need to do an all-nighter. That'd be pretty incredible. Because I have the 6 to noon final window on Monday morning that I can actually utilize because I took the day off of work. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. I don't know if I feel up for like an all-nighter this jam. So we're going to try to come up with an idea that does not require it. All right, vault name. Solo dev jam. I really shouldn't do it this way. I should just have one vault for my game jams. All right, what's our idea? What's the big idea? Hey, Nanigans. How's it going? Happy Friday. I also hate, one of the reasons I want to just have one vault is I have to change a bunch of settings every time I make a vault. And by a bunch of settings, I mainly mean change the font size. Solo Dev Jam number 11. Okay, Solo Dev Jam 11. Theme. Everything has a cost. All right, what does this mean? What does this mean to me? What does this mean to us? What I guess I should say, well, we actually don't have creative constraints this jam. What we're gonna do is actually just crowdsource. I say crowdsource. We're gonna source all of our assets from probably just the free section of itch.io, because you're allowed as long as you have the legal right to use them. So we'll just have to use stuff that is permissively licensed. But yeah, I love this jam. I love the rules of this jam. This jam is fun. We're gonna focus on something tight, something easy to implement, because I want to be able to expend at least a whole day on like just playing it and like feeling the mechanic and like actually trying to make something that's fun, you know? Which is very different from when we make games from scratch, like for Ludum Dare or for Down to Jam. Because when you make them from scratch, it's so much just a production problem of like, okay, what's the fewest number of characters I can make? Like how can I design around this constraint? But for this, we can kind of do whatever. So there's gonna be a bit of a push and pull of like, what can I find and what am I trying to do? But otherwise, it's pretty free range. A bullet hell. Nanigans, your first idea is a bullet hell that each enemy drops a coin and all the attacks, abilities, etc. all cost coins. It's not a bad idea. Hey, Jacob, how's the capitalism game jam entry coming? We could do that. We could do like a... Okay, so I'm a cozy dev. That's just who I am now. I know I don't have to be. I know I could do whatever I want, but like... That's kind of just how I think about things. Is I think I'm very like environmental in terms of I think about the ambient environment of the game first and foremost. I think of like the experience of just being in the game first and foremost. So for me, that's key. So we want to do something kind of atmospheric. I'm not very strong in terms of like having crisp, nice like mechanics and like balance and stuff. So we probably shouldn't try to do anything too competitive, because you want to give them some breathing room. Arneo, just to be with us all in spirit, you'll install Obsidian. Yeah, do it. Obsidian's good. I don't use it enough. I don't use it because I'm not like a document maker. I that's not how I operate, because I'm so bad at pre-planning. Jacob, the theme kind of surprised you also. You're finding your place in it. It's a good theme. It's a good theme because it can be interpreted literally. It can be interpreted figuratively. It doesn't force you to do anything specific. It's not like, you know, the first solo dev jam we did was like 1-button controls or something. And it was like, okay, that's like a specific requirement that you either meet or don't meet, right? Hey, DD Greg. DD, how's it going? Happy Friday. We're jamming it out. Hey, Lost Sleep. You woke up with a great idea that would have fit like 4 to 5 of the themes. But not this one. Yeah. Yeah. I've sniped a theme exactly once where my very first Ludum Dare, I prepared one idea and that was the theme out of like the 20 possible themes it could have been. And I was like, oh, I rolled the nat 20. I don't grumble about themes very often, but I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will someday. But you like the theme of Sapphire? Yeah, I do too. There's a lot of things you could do with it. One bit would have been a lot more rough. Yeah, one bit would have been tough. One bit would have pushed me to actually make my own assets or something, right? Like I would have had a hard time with one bit, considering my like kit bash approach I like to do during these jams. I would have loved one bit for like solo, for like a down to jam or like a Ludum Dare. One bit would have been really fun and really good. For this jam, yeah, not so much. Hey, Rhiannon. It's very open-ended, but it's basically a hard counter to the idea you had. Yeah, so that's, I guess, this is I guess our big challenge, right? So like I'm a self-described like cozy developer. How can we make a cozy game or something that's, you know, fun, something that's like a nice time while still holding to this theme of everything has a cost? How can you make this fun? Right? How do you make this theme like low key? How do we subsume this into something that like fits my style is my question. I kind of wish the theme was more prominently placed. I wish it was like 3 or 4 times the size on the screen or like somewhere. I always want to have somewhere to sit. There's not much going on here either. Oh, I wonder who's on the streams list. Oh, look at this. Who's this guy? I love how everyone has different color. Well, not everyone. Arneo has different colors. Some people have different colors. Some people have the same. Arneo and LSG liking the green gray. Celebrity. I'm not. You have to submit a Google form. It gets featured. Celebrities don't submit Google forms. Counterpoint. I don't know if I want to just hang out here or hang out here. I feel like I should be here if I'm ready to write. Just make a character in your game named Everything. And they're costly. Yeah. Arneo, cozy atmosphere plus cost takes you to like a grocery store, fruit aisle or something. Yeah, that was the first thing that came to mind, was like some kind of like shop. Honestly, that would probably be the easiest thing, would be to do a shop, right? Do some kind of shop game. Greg, you'd participate? You got exam next week? No worries, no worries. Yeah, for one bit, you could have done a shader. Yeah. When we did the black and white theme, which was the last solo dev jam we did, which was the Halloween jam, and the theme was black and white, I just made my own like little black and white shader. It was fun. It worked. Bernard would fit for everything as a cost. Yeah, he would. Sapphire, you feel like you're leaning more towards a roguelike? Yeah, I was gonna hold that. I was gonna save that for like the end is the beginning, or like you are the villain, or something like that, or whatever. Lemonade stand? You would just do a threshold shader. I would make 1-bit art. I would probably just make 1-bit art. Which would be fun. But okay. Theme, everything has a cost. Question. How do I fit the theme into a game that... How do I fit my game that matches my cozy game, my affinity for cozy games? Cozy games and is... think the answer is like shopping game, shop simulator, shop sim question mark. So that's an idea. I don't have a lot of ideas for that. Like what my obviously the thing we could do is we could do like some kind of turn-based or grid-based thing where there really is. We could do something involving an upkeep where it really is a question of like how do you spend resources to maintain something. Some kind of source physics game where you could move object like in Skyrim or Half-Life. That would work. I'm not going to do anything like that. I'm thinking if I do this, it would probably be like a pseudo-isometric perspective, like the Grave Escape. Visually, I'm imagining something like a Grave Escape scale. Or like our last solo dev jam. Since we at least finished that one, I think that's that's like a good metric of like what I have time to do during one of these jams, right? Is to just like look at what I did last time. LSG, you think you're going to try a tactics game where instead of action economy, you spend your health? Oh, spending our health is cool. That'd be fun. Bare Necessities 2. Weight loss boot camp. A game where you're selling survival material in a post-apocalyptic world. Oh, that could be fun. You were just doing a bunch of pathfinding work. Yeah, I have a system for that. I have a pathfinding grid-based system that I could use that we used in this. So why is this at a weird scale? There we go. I'm going to pause the music here. So I want to play my last solo dev jam game to get an idea for like scope. Because the last one was like pretty manageable. I maybe bit off slightly more than I could chew. We'll do the updated one just so I have the keyboard and the joystick. There were no other differences. This is what we did last time. Is there no audio until we get into the game? That makes sense. I'm going to skip the tutorial. So we did a click to move thing. This is on a grid. I had some trouble with it. And eventually I just turn it down a little. Eventually I just added direct controls because that's what everyone wanted anyway. And it was a reverse, it's a cozy game. It's a reverse farming game where you try to keep the denizens of your graveyard happy. What should I do next? I guess I'll drop off some candles. Doing it this way was super bad. Having like the candles up here instead of on this altar. That was confusing. But yeah, this is kit bashed from like a few different like 3D assets. Go and the graveyards. And this is such that like things can get out of control if you're not like on top of it, but it's like pretty easy to be on top of it. So I'm thinking of something like this maybe, but like you're in a shop. Is there a subversive element we could do? I'm just gonna silently collect assets till 3. That's a good idea. Good idea, LSG. You tried this one, Jacob? I appreciate that. Yeah, I like this one. This one was fine. Again, there's not much of a game here beyond just like a few moments of like, oh, this is kind of fun. But yeah, I think this is the sort of scale that we'd probably end up with. I don't know if I would choose orthographic again, but maybe I would. Would I still support? I still want to support touch to move because I like for when my games can be played on a phone. But maybe I would care more about supporting direct move because the click to move was like not the best. Give this guy some candles. Go do my job for me. Yeah. So this was like one screen, one scene. That points us towards doing some kind of shopping thing. If I could just have one screen, that would be kind of excellent. I would kind of want some kind of, in the same way that this is a reverse farming game, I kind of want some kind of subversive element. I'd want to turn it around some way, and I'm not sure what way. I'm not sure. Let me get the music back on here. Eat some of my breakfast that I forgot to finish. Arneo, your mind is going towards like an RTS where you pay money, energy, resources to build structures, but instead of some battle theme, it's like a cooking game or something. Oh, that'd be fun. I would love to make an auto battler someday. I just don't think a jam would be the right world to do something like that. I would enjoy making something like that. Oh man, would it be worth giving Kenny just $20 and just have all of their assets? And just not have to look for anything ever again. That would probably be a good investment. Might be a little too cookie cutter. Might be a little too obvious. That everything is all, because I like, there's other groups too. Like I've used the K Looseberg, the K Kits. Grave Escape was basically a mashup of Kenny and K Kit. So I do like K Kit. It would be kind of cool to do like a nature game where it's like someone mentioned a survival game, and a survival game would be interesting. I don't want to do it because then eventually you'd start building things. Unless you just played an animal and you had to like choose. You're like, oh, do I go hunting or do I sleep? Or do I... There aren't that many choices, I guess, to make when you're an animal, but that would kind of interesting. This is the back and forth I'm talking about where I'm like, I just look at kind of like what kind of stuff I have access to. And that kind of pushes me in a direction, and then I go look for stuff that fits that, and then that pushes me in a direction. Here's the city builder kit from Mini Delivery. Classic. Got home furniture. Well, there's a bunch of resources. We could do a warehouse game. Some kind of merchant stuff. Or I guess this could be part of your shop thing. You could just maybe you don't run a grocery store. Maybe it's like a hardware store or something. Or maybe you're like an old-timey merchant and you're like buying and selling. I think some kind of merchant angle makes a lot of sense. I like this one, the resource bits. That one. Also 3D hexagons. I don't know why I would want that. But I'm looking at it. You know, I can just go look at K-Kit stuff later. Voxel robots. We'll have to go look at that later. That'll be cool. Halloween. There's the Halloween bits that we used to make Grave Escape. Oh, what if you were a car salesman and you had to like, it was like a dialogue game of like push your luck where you like kept trying to like give them like add-ons and stuff and options. And if you push too hard, you would just lose the sale. Shenanigans, you'll probably grab the K-Kit adventure stuff temporarily for prototyping. Yeah, that's great. I don't think there was a hint of shame in there, and I don't think that's required. Oh, here's a post-apocalyptic world. 3D low poly post-apocalyptic world. That was an interesting idea. Yeah, gun assets. Maybe you're an arms dealer. Maybe you're an ethical arms dealer and you're trying to sell to the people that were the most ethical. I'm just kidding. The people who will do the least killing. Oh, this is cool. $520 bananas. It's a good dimension. Yeah, maybe you're a one-stop shop in the post-apocalypse. Maybe it's a game about bartering. No, that wouldn't make sense. No one would understand that. I wouldn't even understand that. No shame, just doesn't match the art style you wanted. Yeah. No, it's good. It's good to be testing. I've learned that it's good to be testing on real stuff as early as possible. Yeah, I think it's going to be some kind of merchant thing. I can't think of anything else. Everything has a cost. So I think some kind of shopkeep thing makes sense. I kind of like the idea of putting it in kind of a weird setting, like the post-apocalyptic setting would be funny. This is interesting. 3D pixel art starter kit. Godot. I don't know what that is. I think I've seen a video for that. I like this weapon set. There's like a hammer here that's just made out of an anvil. LSG. So when they say pre-made assets are allowed, that can be your own assets too, not just asset packs. Yeah. There's like a size thing there where like eventually you're just, you know, repurposing your own. game or whatever. And so that's probably a bridge too far, but I don't think that's not what you're talking about. But yeah, I've reused stuff like that. Okay, I think I have a direction. I think I have an idea. Jam's been going for 40 minutes, so there is a risk that I'm like missing something. Oh, Bin Bun's Ultimate Tune Shader. Sick. It's 25% off. I think we'll probably mostly do this out of K-Kit stuff. I guess I should look at the Kenny. I like K-Kit. K-Kit is nice for me. It's like a good, it's a good scale. Where's this post-apocalyptic set from? The reason why I like going with one provider for assets is, you'll get really messed up on scale sometimes. Where you'll think something will be totally reasonable, and then it's just hard to get the different sets to play nicely together. Plus, oh, most of the stuff is for plus that I would want. Like the buildings. Yeah. I like these K-Kit resource bits. This could be fun. So it could be maybe... I like this. This is nice to represent different amounts of things. There's like a palletization system. Maybe we make some kind of warehouse merchant kind of something. Like maybe there's a cost. Well, there's an opportunity cost of holding on to stuff. So maybe you're like a wholesaler and you're trying to like make deals, like make good deals. Like you're trying to buy low and sell high. But there's an opportunity cost because if you hold on to a bunch of stuff, you can't get other stuff. And if that other stuff isn't selling at a good amount, then you're just holding on to it and wasting it. I don't know. There could be something fun there. That would allow us to use some of our grid, touch-based grid controls. 40 minutes already? Yeah. Scale like size or scale like amount of stuff in the game? Like size. Scale like size is tough. Greg, a decision game, something like Reigns. I haven't played Reigns, but I'm aware of it. Or your decisions have impact on resources. Yeah, I would put that in the list of things that would probably be hard to work out during a jam. Shenanigans, you play as a king, and it's just a bunch of dialogue choices, and each one impacts the wealth of your kingdom. Oh, you're describing Reign. A 2D dungeon manager could work. That could be fun. That could be fun. Like a dungeon keeper kind of thing. Oh, there's money. Maybe it's a warehouse packing problem, and your goal is to fill your warehouse with money. So it's a packing problem. So like, you need to use the money to buy things, and then you need to sell the things to get the money back, but the money takes up a real amount of space. That could be fun. It could get annoying towards the end, but it could be kind of fun. Where you end up trying to make these bigger and bigger deals where you're buying a whole bunch of stuff and then selling a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I think you're close to the idea, Greg. It's not really a stock market. It's a commodities market. What we're thinking of is having like, you own a warehouse and you're trying to play the commodities market. Like you're trying to invest, you're trying to buy low and sell high. But you have a real amount of like stuff in your warehouse. That could be fun. Paper money's boring, though. I don't know. The way they've rendered the money here seems kind of fun. This would be good. We could use a grid-based system. That would work for our inputs. What's the third page of this? Oh, just like showing me someone using it. I like this idea. I like the idea of setting it to be a little old-timey, but the money system here makes that a little rough. I mean, we could try to do like a fulfillment kind of thing, or your goal is to have enough of the thing to meet demand. But I don't know if I really want to do that. I like this. This is it. So this is a K kit. I'm less sold on my fun, stupid idea of doing something in the post-apocalypse. I think we'll stick to K kit. Oh, K-Kit has some stuff, too. They got some boxes of different foods. And they have some appliances and stuff. RPG tools. Some of this stuff we could use for flavor. What's going on with this? It's like a bunch of pixel art shaders, cell shaders. Sick. Check out that later. This doesn't really work for us. We need like a warehouse. Where's the K-Kit warehouse thing? This is sick. This is Bin Bun's shaders. I think they told us about this one time. Very cool. Your empty space in the warehouse could subtract from the total earned every X amount of time. Maybe. Yeah, we could do the rents thing. We could do some kind of rent. Where some amount of money is taken. And if you don't have any money enough to cover the rent, you lose. We could do something like that. We'll see. That doesn't feel very cozy. Could always just make that a mode. Super cool, all this stuff, though. All right, well, this might be the shortest amount of brainstorming time I've ever done in a jam, but I guess that's not true. We've been picking a direction much more quickly, much more often. I think we got to go for K-Kit this time. Let's go look for some more K-Kit stuff that could help us. What's not cozy about stressing to appease your commercial landlords? I know, right? Hey, Leandro. What's the game about? Doors. Basically, all games are about doors. We're doing Solo Dev Jam number 11. Just started. So we have 3 days to make a game. We're thinking about, the theme is everything has a cost. We're thinking about making like a warehouse wholesaler kind of game. Where you have like a physical inventory, which is your warehouse, and you're trying to like, you have to use your money to buy stuff. But the money takes up a physical amount of space in the warehouse. So you're exchanging, you're trying to buy commodities at low prices and sell them at high prices. and you're managing that, of the fungibility of the money. And I guess the goal is just to fill the warehouse with money. There may or may not be a win-lose condition of like you have a rent. You have like an ever-increasing like rent number to pay or something for your warehouse. Maybe what it is actually you can expand your warehouse and that increases your rent. I don't really want there to be arbitrary increasing rent costs. I know that's the way you do it in like a Lethal Company or like games like that. Like whatever the cost is just increases each time. Maybe we do, you can buy or you can rent additional sections of the warehouse and use those. But yeah, you're like a commodities person. Oh, there is gold. There is gold. They do have gold bars. So maybe gold and silver counts too. We got textiles. We've got like barrels of things. Like what? I don't know why they're colored. Does K-Kit not have like normal characters anywhere? They only have like weird. They have robots that could work for us. Maybe we'll use Kenny creatures. I think that's what we did last time. Hey, Mootsie. These kind of match Kenny assets. Yeah. I often kit bash K-Kit with Kenny. The Kenny 3D stuff and the K-Kit stuff go well together. They're a little different in terms of scale and everything, but they're all right. But how are you doing? Happy Friday. It could be literal. Hook your game up to your PayPal. Every action the person wants to take, they have to send me $1. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. Well, disappointment. There isn't really like an appropriate like warehouse. Oh, there are legacy kits. No longer up to par. Well, that's fine. Well, we might need to look somewhere else for our settings stuff. And our characters. Okay, well. We'll have to look around. We'll have to look around a little more. We definitely can use the resources bits. We might or might not use some of the... Is there food here? Some. Oh, there's a pretty reasonable amount. We might also use the restaurant bits because they also have food bins. May or may not. Some of the tables and stuff might be useful too. We could probably make a warehouse out of this furniture. If we had to. It would look a little weird. Let's try to find something a little more appropriate. I guess we should go look at Kenny. Holy green, Kenny. Bare Necessities 3 into the Bernardiverse. Kenny shape draw. We need some Kenny 3D stuff, Kenny. All right, Kenny to the rescue here. Factory kit. That could help. That could help a lot. Modular space kit might be nice too. "13 pages. Let's go." Oh, I can sort these. Okay, thank God. There's only 3 pages of 3D assets. These are some nice city stuff. Some nice industrial stuff here. Nothing. Well, not nothing. This is neat, but this is for like more of a Factorio kind of thing. We could probably still use it though. What is this? Like a crane thing? Well, some of this might be good. Some of this might be good for like moving things into and out of the warehouse if we want to like make that part of this at all. I don't know if we want to make that matter. Like, I don't know if we want to make you actually have to move things around. Could be fun. Could also be horrible. Modular space. I don't know why these all had to have rounded walls. Oh, they don't. They can have squared off walls. This is nice, a nice plain environment here, but I think the factory is probably better. Okay, so it's just like a warehouse packing game. I can do that. I can do that. Blocky characters. Do we want characters? Do these move? Features animation. Fuck yeah. Oh, there's some little robots. There's also some people who could be laborers. I might just use the dummy bot though. For laborers, there's like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 maybe. The robots are cute. I don't know if I want characters running around doing stuff. Might just have it be more of an interface thing, where stuff kind of just happens. But I think I want these assets. It would be cool if like you had to actually put stuff and choose where it went and like whatever. But I don't think we're gonna do it like that. It will really, this will really be like a UI heavy game, huh? So let's go look for some UI stuff. Building kit looks usable as a warehouse. Building kit. It's not listed in the 3D stuff for Kenny. Or the K kit. You mean the K kit one? Because there's a building kit for K kit. Oh, this one. Oh, yeah, this might be good. Why wasn't that on the... I searched for... Hold on. I did this. I clicked 3D. Oh. Maybe it wasn't here. Maybe I didn't look through all the pages. Maybe I'm the problem. Oh, mini market for if we want to do our shopping idea. I don't really want to do a shopping game. I've played shopping games. I don't get it. I don't really want to do it. It would definitely fit our style though. Mini characters are cute. Yeah, building kit. There we go. That might do it. Food kit. This is cute. You're gonna head out for a bit. Try to work on your own entry. Yeah, no worries. Feel free to steal any or all of my ideas. Heading off into a meeting. All right, Nanigans. Leandro, you played a game that had an inflation mechanic. You bought more stuff, short period price increases. Off-World Trading Company is really good for that. It's the only economic RTS in existence, as far as I know, and it's so good. There's another game where you have like a rent that we could do where you have like a rent. You're like a mini market shopkeeper. And you have to hit your daily sales of a certain amount. So you have to like stock the right products and the right amounts of the right products. I don't want to make that game though. All right, building kit. Yeah, this would probably work okay. It has a nice cutaway for the walls. Or whatever that is. I actually don't understand what that is. Oh, it does have a nice cutaway for the walls, though. Yeah, this one could be okay. Oh, there was a corrugated, like, steel thing? I didn't see that. Oh, there it is. That's nice. I'm kind of feeling the factory kit. But I don't know. It would be cool if your commodities like arrived and reached a loading area and then you had to like put them places. But I don't know if I want to do something like that. I think it would be cool. But I don't know if I want to do that. Because that doesn't seem fun. To be like, oh, you have to be like micromanaging the layout of things in your warehouse. I know a lot of games like that's the bread and butter of the game. I just don't know if I want to do that. I don't understand what I'm looking at here with this crane, but I still might want to use it. I think I'm leaning towards this Kenny factory kit. Even if we don't really use it. Why are these different colors? Okay. There's animations. Oh, do these cranes move and stuff? Oh, I bet the belts and everything move. That could be fun. It'd be funny if we used the pneumatic tubes to move things around. There's a problem of scale probably where the Kenny stuff is generally smaller and the K-Kit stuff is generally bigger. So yeah, the K-Kit stuff would probably look out of place with the Kenny stuff. But that's not like a hard deal breaker. It's just something to think about. Space station, okay. Check that out. We really don't need a lot in terms of like an area to like hold everything in. Like Wilmot's warehouse. Yeah, exactly. How's everyone doing? I have a hard time remembering that it's Friday. So I actually took the day off of work. All right, let's look around a bit more. So we're searching for 3D. Is there any way we can make it more specific than that? Don't really need to look at UI yet, but we do soon. We will need to look at UI soon. Oh, we can probably just use the cake hit prototype set now that I'm looking at it. All right, so we've identified like the outer loop, which is you're trying to fill your warehouse like with money, I guess. If there's a total victory condition. Maybe you're just trying to pay your rent, I don't know. Maybe both. And we've got like a further inner loop, which is just like buy stuff while it's cheap, sell it while it's high. So there's choices you have to make. So Dave, that means you have to make like a commodity simulation, which I don't want to do. It's probably some mathematical shorthand stuff that people have figured out to do something like that. 1 out of 72 hours or so? Or did you start late? No, we started. We're thinking about it. I think we're going to make a kind of warehouse, like wholesaler kind of game. Like buy low, sell high. I'm just trying to decide how minute I want the activity to be. I want to be like, are you clicking and moving commodities around? Are you just like saying when you're going to buy and sell something? I think there's an interesting game somewhere where you're like managing someone else's warehouse, but like I don't think that works for the theme here. How are you doing now, Joel? There's some weird characters in there. I'm leaning towards not having there be any characters in this because I'm already sensing some complications. I'm already sensing a lot of complexity in this before I think about putting any people in here. First person arms, there we go. That's what we've been missing. Might need bits of this one. Right now, we're just kind of doom scrolling itch, looking for assets and ideas. Yeah, it's looking like this is going to be a cake hit project, which is fine. Cake hit is like one of my go-tos. PSX Dungeon. Oh, that looks cool. By Goblinatron. Hey, Nix, thank you for the hydrate. I guess I'll have some water. If you insist. Arneo, you guess a cargo ship would be kind of close to Lo-Fi Flyby? Oh no, someone realized that I'm just trying to come up with a contrived reason to do a cargo simulator, to get some experience with a cargo simulator. I've been found out. I'll have to worry about music later. I don't want to, but that'll be easy. I love not having to worry about making everything myself. That said, I will probably spend a whole day on the market simulator or whatever I have to do. Farm animals set. I love that. I don't need that right now, but that would be excellent. That would be really funny, actually. If you could buy and sell farm animals. Let's just keep that in mind. In your warehouse. Oh, here's some shacks and shanties. These look like little warehouse kits. Let's take a look at that. I don't think that's quite right, but we're just looking to see if we find something that'll kind of work. Not quite sold on what we're gonna build this warehouse in. It needs to communicate the scale pretty well. Lab assets is cool. Not useful, but cool. I like these little sci-fi ships. Free shooter synthwave music pack, and the logo is like an owl in like a suit. All right. Yeah, I think we have enough that we could proceed. Obviously, we're going to be gray boxing all of this to start. Oh, I like this little bakery interior set. I think we're all right. We could probably stop. Ooh, some of this detective office stuff could be cool. Like maybe you switch between an office screen where you're like buying and selling stuff and like the actual warehouse floor. That's probably not the right way to do it. It would probably be better to do it as a single screen. Which is probably what I'll do, but I like to keep my options open. What are we making? We're making like a little warehouse wholesaler kind of game. The theme of the jam is everything has a cost. So we're going to make a little game about managing a physical inventory and trying to buy low, sell high. I'm not looking forward to the commodity market buy sell part of this. Which is good that I'm trying to keep the actual warehouse management part of it simple. I would love a world where like you had to actually pick up and move cargo, like stuff in the warehouse, but we're not going to do that. We're not going to do that. We'll just have like a click to sell, click to buy. Should it be that you can buy or sell anything at any time, or do you think that maybe there should be like, yeah, whatever. We'll figure that out. Whatever. We're not going to worry about it. You really like the tiny treat stuff? It's made to be the same scale as Cake Hit. Ooh, there was a low poly storage pack above. Was there? I didn't see that. I see the office pack. Low poly storage pack. Your asset was there, No Jewel? Oh my god. I've been seeing some Bin Bun assets that are similar and remind me of you. I don't know if Bin Bun is your nemesis or not, but it seems like they could be. Bin Bun's cool. We were just playing. All right, scrolling up until I either see No Jewels. Oh, there it is. Magic Area VFX by Bin Bun. Oh, and another Godot Loot VFX by Bin Bun. I didn't see a storage thing. But I did scroll a lot. It was a ways up at this point. Thanks. Thanks, Rhiannon. No, that's my bad that I missed it. Also missed No Jules one. You have your portal assets linked? Nice, smart. I guess I could just sort or search for storage or something. Maybe I'm at the point where I should just start actually looking for things instead of just doom scrolling. Okay, here's all the things that say storage. That includes projects. I just want assets. How do I... Game assets. Hey, Practical, how's it going? Happy solo dev jam number 11. Or asset shopping. Low poly storage pack. That's what you were talking about. This could be useful. I think we're going to be doing a kind of warehouse wholesaler kind of thing. Like a warehouse management kind of deal. That's what we're thinking of. Okay, we're friends with Bin Bun. PSX low poly storage and construction pack. $3.99. I mean, I'm probably not going to buy that, but I'll look at it. So that's storage. What if we look up like warehouse? What do we got? Oh, this is crazy. That's too much. That's too much. Although there are... the thing I was like, wouldn't it be cool if there were like forklifts and someone actually had to move the stuff? And I'm like, I don't think so. I think the answer to that is strong no. Some of these props could be useful though. Warehouse sound effects. Okay, we'll revisit that later. Godot 3. Okay, look at that. Do I want an exterior shot of the warehouse? Maybe or maybe not. You started working on an isometric pixel art game? Oh, nice. Mini delivery, but you're a forklift. There you go. That's an idea. That's an idea. Yeah, the warehouse sound effects I might go back for. Large cardboard box sound effects pack, $1.99. That's a value that's hard to say no to. I'm excited to see some isometric pixel art from you, Practical. I do like that. That is my jam. Yeah, the irony for me is right now we're working on like a little cargo ship kind of thing for my main game, and I come here and I'm like, what if I made a little cargo management warehouse thing? Warehouse simulator. I mean, we could put it on a ship. You sort by cost. I can sort by how many of these have little sheepies. These are adorable. These like little animations. Do want. Not useful for this. Absolutely do want this one. 3D retro medieval blah blah blah. No. Detective office. I like this. Is it just literally these 3 walls? It is. But that's almost honestly maybe all I need for like the warehouse manager. I was thinking of having like a warehouse manager room where you do your buying and selling, but I don't know. I know this says it's a detective office, but it seems like it's just mainly an office. I don't know about that. I'm not 100% on that idea. Low poly storage. I like some of this stuff. I don't think this is quite right for what we're going for. Neither is this. But you'll often find like a handful of things in some of these packs where you're like, oh, I could use that though. I'm sure there's some things here that's similar. So these are all just like warehouse bits. Yeah, we're not going to really use the warehouse stack stuff. Like props. I was more looking for, yeah, like stuff to make the area out. This one's not doing it for me. We're going to use this. So this kind of sets the bar in terms of scale and quality. So we really just need a thing for the warehouse part. I thought I had more of these that I clicked on. Honestly, we might just use this stuff from the prototype kit. Some of this stuff. We mix it in with maybe some other stuff. Could use the walls from this one. And the floors from this one. Could use the Kenny. The problem with the Kenny ones is they're smaller scale. So it's kind of weird when the environment stuff, although we would blow this up, wouldn't we? We would like increase the size of this, so it might actually look okay. I'm tempted to use some of this stuff. Okay. So, I think I have a healthy set of this stuff. Does this come with walls? The walls are pretty boring. I don't think I'm going to use any of that. I think we'll stick to what we know. I might use this if we do a separate screen for the buying and the selling, which I don't really want to do. Actually, you know what probably we would do is you would probably just hover over the commodity and you can see it changing for selling. For buying, I guess there needs to be somewhere you can see what's on offer. I see you, Arneo. Raid alert. It's Thorny Co. and company. Thorny Co. and Co. How's it going, Raiders? Welcome in. Eat all the food. I will do my best. I will do my best, Thornity. Welcome in. Congratulations on all your success with a game about feeding a black hole. Can't wait to see what you guys do next. Let's go. Yeah, we're doing Solo Dev Jam number 11. It began about an hour and a half ago. And we've been just ideating and doing some shopping around for asset packs we're going to kit bash together. So we're doing this in 3 days. 72 hours. Hope you had a good stream. If you got to run, no worries. Welcome in, Raiders. That was a long raid alert. They're all exactly the same length, Nix. It would be funny if I could attenuate it. But yeah, the theme is everything has a cost. I'm thinking about making some kind of warehouse wholesaler kind of game. Where you're trying to just buy stuff low, sell it high, but it all has a physical presence. So like the more stuff you buy, the less room you have to buy other stuff. So there's a lot of risk management. And I'm thinking about being kind of silly with it and having like the money itself also takes up physical space. I think there's some interesting stuff there in terms of like a packing problem. That's kind of what we're thinking about doing. I don't know what the hell these are. They're supposed to be like diamonds? I don't know what I would call just these random boxes. It's clear what to do here because these are all like basic resources. Having to store money would be good. Yeah, I think that would be funny. 72-hour stream. That is not what I said. Mootsie. As you steal, you could not do a jam in 3 days. That's my preference. I consider 72 hours the sweet spot for jamming because I can kind of go goblin mode and go all in on it. But I don't like, you know, I don't have to like quit my job to do so. 48 hours is not enough time. And any more, I end up just, I'm unable to maintain my balance here. Put it in a vault. Cash only. Yeah. So we're doing this jam. I was looking at it yesterday. There were like 900 people signed up. And I was like, I think we're going to hit 1,000 before the jam starts. And then we did. It's incredible. I think this is the biggest solo dev jam so far. I think. I might be wrong. You have small goblins to look after. That's true. That's an important consideration. It's hard to go goblin mode when you have small goblins that need to be taken care of. Because if you also go goblin mode, then it's like perish the thought, right? Yeah, we'll probably do 3 6-hour streams this weekend. So we'll be streaming. We'll be streaming a lot this weekend. So if you're participating, you just want somewhere to hang out, that's what we can offer here. You can watch me, you know, descend further and further into madness over the next 3 days, trying to implement something simple as like a commodity market simulation. If everyone was in goblin mode, you'd be like basically in Mordor. That's a good way of thinking about it. LSG, you think you have your idea figured out? You have so little time. We'll see how you do. Yeah, getting that balance of scope is tough. Luckily, we've done a few solo dev jams, so I have a pretty good idea of what we can do in the time. That helps a lot. This is gonna be like a big... I'm not gonna look at this right now. Where's my games? But yeah. Our last one was this one, which was an okay scale. It was 3D. The music is gonna be all wrong. But I showed this earlier. This is about the scale that we were able to achieve in 72 hours. So if we do a single screen setup, just a few moving parts, I think we'll be able to manage. If we could do this in 72 hours, I think we can do a little warehouse management thing. And then before that, we did mini delivery, but I can't show mini delivery because that's a download only game. And I don't even have a download of it anymore, I think. That was Solo Dev Jam number 4. Wow. Now here we are, Solo Dev Jam number 11. So hyped. You're looking at the Godot Wild Jam. It's a bit easier for you to get time in over the 9 days. I think that's a very reasonable choice. I think that's a reasonable choice. My problem is I would treat a 9-day jam as if it was, or I would treat it as if it was, you know, 3-day jams. So I would still go. I would just pedal to the metal and I just wouldn't sleep. I would die by the end of a 9-day jam, probably, unfortunately. So, yeah, I think I'm stuck here with my 3-day jams. But, yeah, whatever fits into your lifestyle. I just encourage anyone to start jamming. Even if you're working on some big, long project, do a jam. Get a fresh perspective. Step out of your comfort zone. I've learned way more from game jams than I have from, you know, my regular main long-term projects. Hey, Solid State KC, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna do some kind of warehouse management, wholesale kind of thing where you're buying and selling and managing a physical inventory of products. Thanks for the Star Trek sounds. Oh, that's what we do on the regular. We're working on an FTL-like and an FTL Lite kind of game. So yeah, we're all in on like Star Trek and sci-fi stuff. So thank you. Yeah. This is the kind of thing. Right now we're working on what kind of got me into this headspace is we're working on a starter ship that's like a big cargo bay. It's basically just one big cargo bay, and I've been thinking about that. Thinking about that a lot. And I think it's influenced our decision-making process here. Where's the window? There it is.
Your logic was impeccable, Captain.
FTL is great, Azzy. Glad you were brought here today. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, Thornity. Thorny doesn't need a shout out from me, especially when everyone in here came with Thornity, but it's tradition. It's traditional. If you haven't, make sure you're following Thornity. He's making great stuff over with Aramis and company. Thornity Co and Aramis Co, or Thornity and Aramis Co. I don't know what the name is right now, but they're doing good work. Thank you for the follow, Azzy. Steel. Atsi steel. All right. So we've got this basic. I should really figure out what the scale of all of these are and if they fit. Like this palette doesn't look like it's going to fit these. But I guess that's okay. We have some pallets in some of these kits that we can use. We'll probably use them for some things. We'll see. This is part of the challenge, is matching some of this stuff together. I like the plastic pallets too. It would be interesting if like the food had like a limited lifespan or something. But I don't know. That's probably too much. It's probably too much. I don't know what all this random shit would be either. Like these sealed cases and everything. This could be like parcels. Maybe you can just purchase parcels or something. That doesn't really make sense because parcels, quote unquote, wouldn't really have a commodity value on the market. Is there a way? Is there a way to do this where I don't have to simulate a whole commodity market? Is there a fun game here of like packing commodities into like a finite space, like a warehouse? I mean, obviously we could do a thing where we can make them like different shapes and sizes and stuff, but that doesn't really work with what we've got here. The redeems are all Star Trek for now. We're going to diversify out and do some more sci-fi stuff probably. Haven't really had a chance. But there's some real good. There are some gems out there that should be included. Like, how do we not have... I'm sorry, Dave. I can't do that. How do we not have that one? Crazy. Should have all the howl. Should add all the howl sound effects. Sound bites. Oh, these are an extra, so I have to pay for these. That's okay. I don't mind. They do good work. That's okay. What about for this? Okay, these are extra. I didn't even look at these. Locker is cool. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, different colors. I don't really need that. Could you travel around place to place and only trade certain things at the port market you're in? Yeah, that's what like that's what the FTL Lite that we're working on is about. The cargo ship I showed, like pixel art cargo ship. That's going to be more that kind of a game where you like buy stuff in a port and you're traveling around and you have to choose where you're going to go. And it's got that kind of a mini game. That's not like the point of the game. That's just kind of a system that's in there. But I think going too far into that here would be a problem. Maybe there's a bit of a game here in that, like, the more of these commodities you sell, maybe you affect the pricing. So, like, when you sell a bunch of something, the price goes down. When you buy a bunch of something, the price goes up. So maybe you can influence the commodity market a little bit and nudge it in a direction. Maybe there's still some trends, some like somewhat randomized trends, but maybe the game kind of just happens. Is it fun? I don't know if that's going to be fun. I don't want to do you actually have to like move things around the warehouse and worry about that. That's not what I want to do. I want to do it with this managing this. I think this is fun. I think it's fun. Does it have to remain in one room? No, I think that's just the easiest. Doing more than one room would significantly increase the amount of work that we have to do. But it's not like a hard limit. That was one of the theme options. Could have been one room, and I thought that would have been kind of neat. It's not what ended up happening, though. I guess let's look for some UI stuff, because we're going to need a bunch of UI stuff. I know there's more that we have to do. We have to do some planning. We have to do some diagramming. We have to, like, figure out some stuff. We should start just testing the scale of some things and how much space we think we can fit. Am I not in the asset store? Browse. Assets. User interface. Well, at least there's some wholesale user interfaces that we can maybe use. Is there a Godot option? Obviously not, because it doesn't really matter, does it? 3D would probably be better. Probably isn't a lot of 3D interfaces. That was probably a mistake. Oh, Godot is a tag. Godot and user interface. Here we go. Probably just use a Kenny theme or something easy. I think specifying Godot might have been a mistake. Yeah, I think your idea is interesting, as he still. Not like that. I think we'll probably inevitably do some kind of plotting of like a commodity market. Plotting. And Binbun has just asset packs for days, huh? Ooh, soft retro, I kind of like that. I'm not gonna go too crazy on this. I like this pastel theme. Might hold on to that. All right. Here, I'm gonna grab this and I'm gonna do it in such a way that I don't give away my banking information. How's everyone doing so far? We're almost 2 hours in. Hope everyone's feeling all right about their ideas. I'm just purchasing this asset pack. Don't worry about me. Take my money. Do I have to download both of these? I guess I will. Just see if they include all the same stuff. Okay, so I got that. Mootsie, you've been playing a lot of Animal Crossing. You just thought you could use the city packs, have locations to go to buy or sell different commodities. Oh, we could totally do something like that. This one, I don't need the extra version. I'll just take the regular version. The free version, please. Guess I'll do that in my own window here just in case. Oh my god. There we go. Give me that. Hey, you hate sleeping. Can you ask a question related to the garbage collector? You can ask. I don't know if I can give you a reasonable question related to the garbage collector. Do you mean like the C# garbage collector? Restaurant pack. Do I want this? It's got different kinds of foods. It's got a nice tiled floor, which I really like. That I might use. I guess we should download it just for that. If nothing else. The tables and stuff are alright too, I guess. Some cabinetry. A little bit of variety. Never hurt anybody. Grab that too. I've burnt myself with this before where I've like grabbed so many assets that I can't make a web build. Is full garbage collector bad? I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. This stuff could be useful too. The garbage collectors, the big problem with the garbage collector is just the unpredictability. You don't know what it's going to do. You don't know when it's going to do it. And in the context of games, that can lead to some really bad performance issues. Which is why, you know, a lot of games are written in like C++. There's no garbage collector. You're responsible for allocating and freeing your own memory. Hey, 5NNO. How's it going? Happy Friday. I don't know if we need this right now. So am I going to use one of these? Probably not. I don't think we're actually going to use any Kenny this time. I really like this factory kit, but I don't think we're going to head in this direction. I think there's a fun game here where you're like, you receive stuff and you have to figure out where to put it and you have to get it and you have to also make it available. Like, there's a fun logistics challenge of managing a warehouse that I think there would be a really cool game there. I don't think that's what we're going to be doing today. And by today, I mean this weekend. So I don't think we need the rest of these. I'm still kind of thinking about having a pop-up screen for... This doesn't name your price. Is it free? For buying and selling. So like it'll switch you to this screen where you have like a desk in an office, and that's where you can like bring up the... So maybe that's what it is. Maybe we do two modes where you can like look at your warehouse to like see what you've got in there, or you can go to the office to do like buy and sell. Ideally there would be like a computer or something. I don't know. I'm gonna grab this because I want it. You like the model shape? You don't like the coloring and the glow blur? Oh, for that scene? Oh, what happened to it? Did I just delete it? No. Okay. Yeah, I think that's a screenshot effect. I don't think that's actually in the asset. I think that's a lighting choice. guess we'll download all of these. Probably just want the .object or the .fbx. 72 hours started 2 hours ago. Correct. Destroyer. Destroyer. Started 2 hours ago for Solo Dev Jam number 11. We have 2 days, 22 hours, and 10 minutes left. We're pretty happy with our idea so far. I think, if anything, I might run into the point where this is kind of just under... I'm not going to say undercooked. I feel like we have time to fully cook this idea. I'm just a little worried that there's not enough there. If I have a concern at this phase, it's just that there really isn't a lot there for what we thought of so far. But I think it'll be fun. Side question, do you have any issues with your isometric building? Well, I exist in a crazy world with my regular stuff. My main project isn't isometric. It's like dimetric. And I actually don't do it this way anymore. Yeah, I do it like this. So isometric, I would do an isometric block like this. 2-to-1. What I normally do is I do this for my main game, which has the benefit of like my characters look like they're side on. Like I can have this transition from perspective to like be basically side on. But isometric's fun. It's really fun to build an isometric. Like if like this little guy, I made this truck for Ludum Dare. We crashed out of that jam, but I was really happy with this truck. For me, there's just like I spent like a couple hours just like staring at this box and figuring out, I'm like, okay, if the box looks like this, what does the truck look like? And I feel like I didn't quite get there, but I really like isometric. I almost prefer isometric to the dimetric perspective that I use. I think isometric is neat. How do you keep track of people to credit for the assets? Oh, I just do. I'll just put a credit screen in the game that's like, here are all the assets that I used. I'll also usually put it on the jam submission. I've had times where it's gotten kind of out of hand and I had a lot of people to credit, but it's still a pretty small list. But yeah, I like my 4-to-1 perspective because it means my little characters can be just totally side on and flat. And you almost don't notice. Like the background here is like in full perspective. And then the chairs are like in between. The chairs, you can see the left and the right side, but you can't see the top of them. And then the characters are just flat. The characters are like fully flat. So there's this like weird transition I do from the background to the foreground. And that has helped me. That has helped me a bit. There's other ways I've cheated too a lot, or I have to cheat, I feel like, when doing isometric. You want to give it a go? Oh, the stream or the jam? Nice. You only have late Saturday through Sunday. I believe in you. But yeah, I cheat on stuff. Like I was doing this one. And you'll notice there's like this kind of gem. There's this kind of shape here. And I just totally fake it on the side. I'm just like, yeah, these walls are basically parallel. Which is not accurate, but it's like no one will notice. Technically, these lines should be different. But it's like the rule of cool always wins, right? So I don't know. I like working in this perspective. I actually can't imagine drawing in another. Like I can't imagine doing fully side on or top down or whatever. But it's weird when you end up cheating just to get something that looks right, even though you know like physically this isn't accurate. Yeah, this is the cargo hold that we just finished drawing yesterday. Anyway. Anywho. I like these themes. I guess I would want... Oh, they're interactive. Oh. This is not what I would want. This is awesome and also horrible. It's horrible in like it feels so it's so retro. Actually, this might be cool. I don't know. Maybe that's cool. I like the soft retro. I like this. I might use this. Might use this one. Pastel. I think this communicates what I'm going for. Oh, is this not pastel? What's this one? Oh, this is soft retro. Other option is pastel. Oh, I might go with pastel. I'll figure that out later. Kenny, we're not using Kenny today. Bye, Kenny. Might come back for some Kenny icons. You wouldn't have been able to tell. I'm having a lot of fun with isometric. Yeah, I really enjoy it. I think it takes a while to get into the headspace where you can like, where you've got the perspective kind of locked in. But I think once you get there, it's so fun. Like I can't imagine doing anything else really for my own art than some kind of isometric derivation. I think it's fun. I can't wait to see what you do. What do you do in the area? In the cube, in the isometric cube. Maybe Kenny UI. Yeah, maybe Kenny UI. We'll come back and look at some Kenny UI maybe. I looked at their main one that they were showing and I was not interested. But there's always time. Okay, I guess I should try to work. Is there anything else we want to write up? This is literally all I've written so far. And this question is not even where I arrived at. Okay. What are we going to call this game? So I'll say, I'm just going to get rid of this. Strike this through. A warehouse management game where your inventory and money, and money take up physical space in your warehouse. It's a little silly that the warehouse, the money takes up space in the warehouse, but I think that's an important part of how this will work. You try to buy low and sell high while managing your warehouse's inventory. Hey, Starboy, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. I don't know what to call this. I could call it just buy low, sell high. It doesn't really say anything to me. Warehouse. I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure that out. The only real question is like, what are the forces acting against you? Obviously, there's going to be a kind of commodity market thing where you can make bad bets. I'm going to have to spend a lot of tonight researching commodity market simulations. I think this is that part is the big unknown and probably the thing that is going to make this really hard for me. But I'm trying to make everything else pretty easy. We have some assets. I think we might make 2 screens. Is it a 2-screen or a 1-screen game, though? You need one screen to show the warehouse inventory. You need at least one screen to show the warehouse. Do I want a second screen, like, or second screen for the buying and selling? That's the question I'm not quite sure about. If it was just selling, you could easily just only use... I kind of like having a second screen because there's going to be some conversion in your mind of like, I think I have this much space, so I'm going to buy this much of this commodity. And maybe you get it right, maybe you don't. I don't know. Do you need to sim the stock market? I don't need to sim the... maybe you mean stock in terms of like commodity. We can call it a stock market for simplicities, but it's like we're not tracking the value of companies. We're tracking the value of like commodities. Do you need to simulate it? I think so. The only other option would be to have like a scripted market behavior that's like static, which would be fine. Like in AC, you buy turnips on Sunday and you have the week to sell them before they spoil. Stalk market. Each day you check the price. The problem, I think the commodity market's important because you're making bets on whether a price is going to go up or down. And what you're describing, like, Animal Crossing has a commodity market, right? So you say you check the price each day. So that means the price is determined somewhat randomly each day, right? That sounds like a stock market or a commodity market simulation. I'm just going to get rid of this shop sim idea. It was close to what we decided. I need a name for this game. You could just start with pure random. We could do pure random. It'd probably be weighted random. Like, there would probably be a base price. I do want the fact that you bought or sold something to affect the price. So if you buy something, that brings the prices up, or it affects the trend upward. That trend might not, it might just peter out, but it might help. So if you sell, and the more of something you buy, or the more of something you sell, the more you affect the price. Because then there's a value to doing big swings instead of just buying small amounts. You want to buy big amounts because the bigger the amount, the bigger you affect the market. What could be the win-lose states? That's also something I'm thinking about. Obviously, if you run out of money, you lose. So there's probably a rent mechanic. So you have your warehouse and you pay a certain amount of rent. There's a possibility that we say you could rent more. Like maybe you can rent bigger pieces, like bigger portions of the warehouse, which increases your rent. So maybe you start with just a quarter of the warehouse and you can buy like additional plots or something, right? Maybe we do that to like scale up the game. Because I don't like the idea of your rent just randomly increasing. Not randomly, but just like steadily increasing. I don't love that. I think it'd be okay, but I don't like it. Wholesale scalper simulator. There you go. There you go. It's like, how many Taylor Swift tickets can I fit in this warehouse? The spoiling is an interesting idea, Mootsie. There is food, and I think maybe we have food be like a very lucrative commodity that you can buy and sell. Whereas, like, if you buy the food, you need to turn it around quickly. Whereas if you buy stone, whatever, right? Like, it's just stone or timber. I like your idea of there being, I like your idea of the per day thing. Of like, because yeah, I don't want to have this. I don't want you to just be sitting there watching your quote unquote computer and waiting for the thing to go up. So there should probably be like a I'm done for the day thing where you like, you do all your buying and selling and then you click a button and it's like, okay, next day. Because yeah, I don't want it to be a continuous up down. That's a good point, is the interval. What is the price change interval? And I think you're onto something in terms of having the price be set for the day. So you can do all the buying and selling you want at the current rates for the day. You're not worried about like getting in your sale before the number starts to go down too much. Like, I don't want it to be that. Definitely should go hand in hand with square foot space. Yeah, like the rent. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the perishables going bad means you have to make a choice. I like that. I think the idea of bundling the single dollars into a pile to make another bill is fun, and then that stacks to make a bigger and bigger bill. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. Let me bring that resource pack up again. Because this is like the key pack we're using, right? Is like this one, and this one has a stacks of money one. So yeah, the amount of money you have you will have pallets of money that you need to exchange. I think that's funny. And some things probably exchange more proportionally to money, and some things probably exchange less proportionately to money. Like there's gold and silver here. And I guess bronze. And textiles. I don't know what these are. It's like gears. But yeah, we'll set up a bunch of pallets of this stuff. Not all of this stuff fits very easily onto a pallet, but we'll manage. We'll manage. But yeah, the only one that seems, I don't know about these 3 different barrel colors, but probably just use one. I'm also not quite sure what to do about parcels. Maybe this will just be some decoration in the warehouse. Actually, you know what the parcels would probably be? We could probably put this stuff in parts of the warehouse you don't own yet. That's probably what I would do with it. I wonder if any of these combinations are already made or if I'm going to have to make all these myself. I'm not looking forward to that, if so. Ram sticks. There you go. What about further renting out the space to a courier? I don't think you own the space. That's like a reasonable idea of it. All right. I think so we're doing 6 hours today. We're 2 hours in. We're doing 6 hours of stream. I'll keep working after dinner or whatever. I think I'll spend the rest of the next hour kind of thinking through some of our ideas, and then what we'll do for the second half of the stream is probably going to be play around with our assets and build out a space. Maybe even a couple spaces. I do kind of like the 2-screen idea because I like you having to like mentally visualize how much space you have in your warehouse for stuff. I know that's kind of tedious, but I like the idea. We'll probably measure everything in terms of pallets or something. We'll probably provide you the information that you need to do the conversion. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe you just have to figure it out. I don't know. Who knows? Parcels could hold things you buy, and once you open them, they could expand. Ooh, what if they're random? What if you could buy... what if they're like loot boxes? You can just buy cases, like a mystery box, and you don't know what's in it. It could be money, it could be stone, it could be like gold. Because then you might be holding on to commodities, or you might be purchasing commodities without knowing what you're getting. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Lost packages. That would be all right. I just don't know. I don't know how to put parcels into a commodity market thing. Like I've been playing Star Trekker, and Star Trekker has this kind of mechanic where you can buy stuff and like sell it at different stations, and it's worth different amounts. And they just have general goods, which covers like boxes of random shit. And I'm like, that's cool. I don't think I can just have a general goods commodity price in this game. I think that's a little non-specific. But yeah, I like the idea of it being random and you not knowing what you're going to get. You could be like, I'm going to buy 6 pallets of mystery boxes. And it might work out, it might not work out. I like that idea. Like a parcel could be 1 space, but it could be holding something worth 4 spaces. Well, I think there's like a density value, right? Like a pallet of gold is worth a lot more than like a pallet of timber, right? So I think that is like implicit in the things, and that's part of, I think that's what you have to in your mind be able to convert. But it's not going to be hard. It's not going to be tough. You just have to be like, okay, I have three free pallets. I'll spend 1 pallet of money to buy this stuff that takes up 4 pallets, and now my warehouse is full, and now I have to sell something. And I have to sell something because my rent is coming due at the end of the week or something like that. Like, we give you a weekly rent. Maybe we do give you an ever-increasing weekly rent. Maybe we just full Lethal Company it. I saw someone else do like a gardening game like that, where you had like a gardening rent, which cracked me up. And it was really good. That was for like Down to Jam. That was Box Game. And I was like, damn, this ever-increasing rent thing is like everywhere now. It's a good metric. It's a good way of pushing back against the player. Make it so your character has to breathe with the space bar. Costs $1 a minute. Blinking is manual too. This is so funny. Manual breathing. Okay, everyone is coming around the idea of you have to press a button to keep breathing. And is that when the player enters their credit card number? Allotments, yeah. Yeah, that's what they would say in the gardening world. They say allotments. We don't have allotments in America. I don't know if that's just England. that has garden allotments, but I wish we had them. That'd be really cool. I don't know how to garden. I wish I could. There would be some difficult winters, as I learned, but I'd love to get into that someday. Start one? Well, okay. I would need to have the land. I live in San Francisco. My neighbor has turned their backyard into like a garden. It's really nice. I will stand at the fence and kind of admire their like apple trees and various things. Shelves could be an upgrade. It's not a bad idea, I would say. It's not a bad idea. Okay, I like our idea. I don't know what to call this yet, though. Palletize this. That's my like deep cut joke. I haven't thought of a name yet. I'm like thinking a little bit, but I think I'm just gonna wait and let it come to me. Made a new mod, Nix. Yeah, I see you. I see you modifying your game as you're playing it. That feels like cheating. I see you being like, let me modify my experience a little further. Mootsie, you saw a guy in SF who rides a one wheel and plants native wildflowers and medians. That is kind of the vibe you get from here a lot. You don't see a lot of one wheels anymore. People are really more into their electric bikes and stuff. I saw a guy he parked his electric bike just around the corner here, and he chained the bike and took the battery, and I was like, all right. Azzy, you've got a allotment down the road. You were doing well in your garden until you got a dog. Oh no. Dogs and gardens sound dangerous. That's how you know it's a good quality of life mod. Yeah. All right, so how about this? Commodity prices are set for the day. Are set to a specific value for the day. Each day and remain stable for the duration of that day. Prices are recalculated each night and are affected by trends, including and are affected by the commodities, by the buying and selling that occurred. Buying and selling done on the previous day. Okay, I like these ideas. You can rent, or how about this? You have a weekly ? Rent to pay the warehouse landlord, the warehouse owner, I guess, I don't know, pay for the warehouse. This rent may increase each week. Should this rent go up or down? This rent may, well, the rent is tied to the amount is tied to the number of warehouse allotments. Proportion of the warehouse that you are renting and may go up or down time. May change over time. Should it be tied to the amount of I don't know. I'm not sure about the rent part. You could maybe rent additional allotments of the warehouse over the course of a playthrough. Say you can. I think the renting thing is going to be pretty important. You can rent additional space in the warehouse. I'm going to move that note up here. Rhiannon, you could call it fungible. Maybe by having fun in the name, people will rate it higher. That's funny. How will time work? Will it be real time or turn-based? I think it's going to be day-based. I think you'll start a day and you can make a number of buys and sells. And then you call it quits for the day and it regenerates. It recalculates the prices. All right, we've got a lot of this figured out. We don't have a name. We got a lot of this figured out. Hope everyone else is having a nice Friday here. If you're jamming, you got this. We're all in this together. All of us alone together. You think paying rent weekly works well if it's turn-based days? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that's good. So it's I think that's good. That would give you enough time to make something happen. It's not unusual in the commercial world for your rent to increase as your business is more successful. So I don't think that's crazy to do. I think that's a crazy idea. All right, I'm going to make another note here, and I'm going to call it commodities. And I'm not going to spell commodities correctly. Oh, maybe I did. There's probably supposed to be 2 T's in this. Probably not, maybe, though. Commodities. Oh, look at me. Look at me knowing how words are spelled. Okay, you can... You can buy, sell any commodity except... Should we just say dollars? Should probably say, or should we call it currency? Let's say currency. Let's not, we don't need to be dollar centric here. But maybe it's more clear. We'll say currency for now. They look like dollars, I'm not gonna lie. The K-Kit money resource. This is like pretty clearly dollars. Yeah, they're all green. That's how you know it's the US money. It's all boring and all looks exactly the same. Oh, but it's also, there's also coins here. Does that say, what is that? Oh, it's just like got an eye or something stamped into it. I don't know what the gems, the magical gems here in the background are. I don't know if I'm going to use these. I like this loot box thing, though. I like this idea of having just these sealed cases be like random stuff. I'm gonna make a note of that before we do here. Actually, I'll put that in the commodities thing. This one's starting to get long. You can buy any commodity except for currency. Including random loot box like pallets. Randomized pallets. You can buy, sell any commodity except currency, including loot box like randomized pallets. I'm gonna call them randomized mystery pallets. Or randomized pallets. Pallets of random commodities. There we go. So our commodity list will be like gold bars. So if we look at our list here, we've got some metals. Well, I shouldn't say bars because it looks like there's some loose stuff. There's like loose amounts. Means players can take bigger risks at the start of the week, but need to make sure they got the cash towards the end of the week. Yeah, no, it's smart because you can be like, I have a feeling that like timber will be worth a crazy amount. I see this upward trend in timber, and I'm gonna buy early. I'm gonna try to buy the dip. But then if it's like day 6 and like it hasn't paid off, you might have to sell some of it just to make the rent. Like you'll have to make choices. I wanted to make a game like this that was just about bartering and there was no currency involved, but I was like, what's the point then? I think having the currency take up space is funny. We actually don't have that many commodities, do we? Now that I'm looking at it. You know, we could have these cases be our mystery boxes, but these packages, we could just call those like consumer goods or something. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't decided on that. But so we clearly have all of these. We have gold. Silver, bronze, iron, stone, somewhere between lumber and timber. Okay, timber is the raw stuff and lumber is the processed. Is that right? Did I just read that wrong? Timber. Okay. I thought something else. I thought... Oh, timber is also associated with large structural beams. Lumber refers to like 2x4s. Okay, that works then. So timber, lumber... Oh, this should be a decent number. I don't know what to call the gears and stuff. Like industrial parts. Just say industrial. We also have textiles and some different... I'll probably just use the red fuel canister. The yellow one is funny. Maybe we could use like maple syrup for the yellow one or something. The green one is concerning. The green one is like some kind of caustic green material. Or the blue barrel has this caustic green, like radioactive. Maybe we call those like solvents or something. It'd be funny if you could buy and sell like maple syrup. That would be funny to me. I think players might not understand. Logs and planks might be more easily understood. Yeah, you're probably right. I'll put a note. Timber or logs. Lumber or planks. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Using there's a difference between description and communication. You can accurately describe something and fail to communicate. Right? Hazardous waste is not bad. Hazardous waste would be funny. All right, you can officially start, LSG. Yeah, go get some caffeine. Go get some caffeine. Toxic goo is a good name. List of commodities represented in my resource kit. In my resources kit. This might not be the whole set of commodities we use. Yeah, I don't quite know how to refer to these gears. I think machine parts or something would be okay. Machinery is not bad. Maybe we just call it parts. Metal parts. I don't know. Machine parts. Industrial parts. Mechanisms? I think I call them mechanisms. Maybe. Mechanisms. It's long. It's maybe too long. I might try to shorten that. Hey, Kyle. Hey, how's it going? Welcome in. Welcome to Digital Iliad. Normally, we would be working on an FTL-like or FTL Lite made in Godot. This weekend, we're participating in Solo Dev Jam number 11. We're making a game in 72 hours. We're about 2 hours in, so we got about 70 hours left. And I'm feeling okay. I think we have an idea that is eminently feasible. Famous last words. But in my mind, the parts of this game that are going to be easy is like the parts of actually representing your inventory in the warehouse. That should be easy. The thing that's the biggest unknown is the commodity buying and selling part. So I think keeping the game easy to set up and get running is going to be important, because I have a feeling that unlike most of my jam games, I'm going to need to playtest the shit out of this. Hazardous waste does have a market value. Oh, interesting. Yeah, okay, so what else do we have? So we had machinery, or whatever I called this, mechanisms, I think I called it, in honor of Dwarf Fortress, if nothing else. Textiles, we have textiles. I really hope some of these are pre-combined. I hope some of these combinations are like pre-made. I'm gonna be upset if I have to make all of these myself. Also, there's like unprocessed and processed amounts of these, and I'm not sure. Should I call it ore? Or like nuggets? Or should I say processed versus unprocessed or something like that? I'd have to make probably my own piles. Maybe it's like a packing problem where it's like you could get the unprocessed one. I think what we're going to do is we're going to do... There are going to be pallets, and the pallets are separable into quarters. Or maybe even eighths. So like 2 quarters on the bottom and 2 quarters on the top. Maybe you can separate each pallet into like octants. Maybe some stuff can't actually... Like maybe mechanisms are limited in how much you can stack them or something. We'll have to think about that. We'll have to think about... I think the idea of maybe purchasing shelving is interesting too. Maybe that's how we make some of the other warehouse sections of the warehouse appealing, is because like maybe there's like a shelf over there or something. I don't know. There's a lot of details we could get into that I'm not sure if I want to or not. Textiles. Gold. Raw or like ore / nuggets versus processed ? All of these seem to have this distinction. All of the metals. Even the stone actually, I think, has this distinction. Because, yeah, you can see there's, like, the loose, like, boulders of it, and then there's, like, the nice processed versions. And, like, clearly you can have a lot more when you've processed it. I don't know. I have to think about that. What if the red barrels have a chance to explode? That's funny. I don't think this is that kind of game, but that's funny. Monsters acquired. Pizza on the way. It's jam time. Hell yeah, lost sleep. I feel like you will live up to your namesake this weekend. Let's go. Hey, Bullion. How's it going? Happy Friday. Welcome to Solo Development Jam number 11. All right, so textiles. So are we going to use these different materials? I kind of want to. Like, I kind of want this to be syrup. I kind of want to use these different things. I want it like syrup, and I want like oil, like or fuel. And I kind of want to do hazardous waste. The syrup is really out there, but I will always remember the story of the great like maple syrup heist from the Canadian like strategic reserve of maple syrup, where someone siphoned off like almost like $100 million of like maple syrup by slowly replacing the barrels with water. Something like that. I read something like that, and it seemed like it was out of a book. I was like, this can't be real. So I think it would be funny if you could store maple syrup. That's a sore spot for us. It's cool. It's fun. I remember reading about it. I think it was in like, I feel like it must have been in like Quebec or something. Because I remember reading about the inspector. And the inspector had this name that made him just sound like this Inspector Clouseau type. I don't remember much about that story, except that it made me laugh. All right, maple syrup would be pretty good as one of them. And then like we'd do like oil drums or whatever. Oil drums. Maybe we just call it petroleum. And then hazardous waste. Yeah, holding on to hazardous waste and having it be next to your food and having your food get irradiated or something. There's fun stuff that you could do in a game like this, not in 72 hours. I thought we weren't going to have enough commodities. I'm starting to think that we might have too many commodities. That's fine. We don't necessarily need to use like the raw versions of some of these. There's like a food stuff. I think there will be foodstuffs. I'm gonna have to make a bunch of novel combinations of these, huh? For different size palettes and squares. We'll say foodstuffs. I'm trying to keep the names of these relatively similar. So I think I'd want gold ore or bar. Right? Silver ore or bar. The thing is, that doesn't really work with stone. And we have stone. I guess it would be stone, boulder, or block. I don't know. Rocks? Calling them rocks seems wrong. But the metals, it makes sense to maybe have it ore or bar. I'm not sure about stone.
bring that beat back.
Let's see, maybe the giant money stack can buy you 1 silver ingot. Oh, ingot is good. Ingot is good. I feel like an ingot is like a real amount, though. Is an ingot. Is an ingot processed or not? It's a solid block. Oh, is that what bars are really are? Ingots? Oh, an ingot is any of these, like bar, brick, slab. Okay. I think saying stone ingot, while somewhat accurate, would be confusing. Actually, that doesn't sound accurate. Ingots are processed. UK name for a bar. Okay. Okay, so what else do we got? So we have foodstuffs, and that's pretty much it. So we have these boxes that I kind of want to just have be like miscellaneous mystery boxes. Yeah, I think trying to do something where it's like, these are consumer goods, I feel like that would be too confusing and nobody would understand. How about these fill your warehouse? And they can be stored in this form. And you click into them to like turn them into whatever product they will become, but it's random. So maybe you can leave them in this form and then change them over when you want to. I'm not sure what to call that. Mystery box? Mystery boxes, quote unquote. I'm not sure about mystery boxes. I think this is a pretty good list of things, though. There's 14 things in here. 19 if you split these out into its 2 different forms. 20 would be nice. Is there like a... Well... Oh, currency. Duh. Okay, 20 commodities, including currency. Let's say currency. Actually, currency is last. So there's 20 of these. If you split these, it's 5. 20 is a nice number. That's more than enough. I like mystery boxes. I like these idea of mystery boxes. I wanna think more about these. And I think we're gonna be ready to start mocking up some stuff in the space after the upcoming break. I'll take a short break. We're almost at the halfway point of the stream. I'll be on for another 3.5 hours, something like that. I'm feeling good. The only thing which is weird is the name hasn't come to me yet. Usually the name comes to me first. Or if not first, like, it comes along with the idea. That hasn't happened yet. There's Wilmot's Warehouse. There's Dave's... I got nothing. Yeah, I don't know. There's probably some fun, like, commodity market, like, phrasings or something that we could play with and do something interesting with. But the mystery box thing, I'm really interested in this idea of these mystery boxes. A kind of commodity that can be purchased each day at some kind of arbitrary price. These can be kept in mystery box can be kept and stored in mystery box form. When clicked, is unpacked into a random assortment of other commodities. I think that's very fun. Warehouse keeper? That's not bad, actually. That's not bad. I feel it's slightly misleading in terms of what we're doing. Since that's jam time, does that mean your streak does again? No, just tune in every day for the next 3 days. Not at all. Just tune in today, Saturday, and Sunday. I don't think I'll stream Monday because the due date, the jam submission time is noon on Monday. And we'll probably be live from noon to 6 p.m. each day this weekend. And I don't think I'm going to want to stream on Monday. I think I will be in rough shape by noon on Monday. I'll probably just take the day. But we'll probably play jam games throughout the following week. I don't know if we'll do it all week. I might do something where I do like Tuesday and Saturday or something next week. Try to do... Maybe we'll do Tuesday and Saturday for the next couple of weeks. I actually don't remember when the ratings period is going to end. Voting period deadline. 3 p.m. Eastern, so noon, the 18th. When's the 18th? The following Monday. Oh, so we'll have just 1 week. That's okay. So yeah, maybe we'll play games some or all of next week. I'm stoked. I didn't expect, almost. I think it would have been sweet if we had reached 11,000 or 1,100 for Solo Div Jam number 11. I think there's still time though. There will probably be at least 5 late joiners, I hope. Maybe there already has been and I just need to reload the page. Sure has. We're at 1,110. All right, we need exactly 1 more person to join the jam and then that's it. No more allowed. We want to stop at exactly 1,111. Yeah, that'll be good. So how are we going to maximize the amount of visual space in the warehouse? We'll probably do an orthographic 3D camera. And we'll probably use the whole Buffalo. We'll probably use all the screen space that we can for the warehouse. Which, again, is cool that we could maybe have a separate screen that's like the buying and selling like office. That's like your office where you make these decisions. I think that'd be neat. Maybe we do a little bit of that. Maybe we do a little bit of itch asset page. Itch.io. Asset shopping for offices. I kind of want a computer. We have our cool little detective thing, but I kind of want like an office deal. Assets. Low poly office pack. I would like, maybe a ledger would be neat, but I would kind of like, actually, I guess if the price gets reset every day and doesn't change, maybe it makes sense that it's all analog. Maybe that's actually totally fine and good. Do we want those first-person hands that I went by that I ignored the other day or earlier? Do we want some first-person hands that we can just wave around? Oh, I kind of like some of these. Yeah, I think we're okay with our detective office. Detective office. I think we're pretty happy with this. I think this goes for the right era we're looking at. Especially because there is a desk. We'll just put the camera behind the desk or something. Yeah, this is kind of old-timey. There's like an old-timey phone that's not textured for some reason. Oh, it is textured. There's an ashtray. It's all poor choice or poor taste or whatever, but it's perfect. It's perfect. Thank you, Tortor. Oh, that's the name of the collective. I don't know what this guy's name is. Whoa, what's the extra content link? Oh, that's a log. Okay. Detective desk, if you pay $5 or more. Oh, I don't think I got this. I want the desk. I want the desk, I think. Do I need the desk, though? Not really. I could just have it be this. Kind of want the desk. Yeah, we'll consider it. We'll think about it. I wouldn't mind spending $5. I can do it. We'll circle back to that. We'll get the scene set up and we'll decide if it's necessary. We'll do that after the commercial break. We'll get a couple of scenes set up. We'll get the warehouse scene set up and we'll try to get our office scene set up. This is cool, but this is too new. This is too newfangled. Look at this streamer setup. It's actually very close to my setup. I mean, I don't have a printer or anything, but I do have the LG double tall productivity monitor on the left and then the big 4K monitor on the right. That's literally what I have. Funny. Ooh, Office UI elements. Oh, they're all 2D. Well, I guess they're UI elements. That makes sense. I'm not looking forward to putting together the UI for this. I feel like it's going to be most of the work. Not looking forward to it. All right, I'm out of coffee. We made it halfway through the stream. That's pretty good. I'm going to refresh this and see if we got to 1111. We did it. All right, no one, cut it off. Cut them off, Practical. No one else is allowed to join. We're full. We got 1111 joined. Solo Dev Jam number 11. So good. So very good. And we've also got 6 spam entries. Because ain't no way anyone made a game in the last 3 hours. It's possible, actually, but it seems unlikely. No, there's a bunch of people that will submit games they've already made to different jams. I don't know why. It's so obvious when it happens. But there's a bunch of degenerates. There's always degenerates in game dev. Dev-generates. You assumed if they were downloads, they were malware. That's probably a safe assumption. That's probably a safe assumption. All right, we're 3 hours in. I'm feeling good. Feeling good. I like our idea. I can envision how it's going to work. And that's a huge leap, usually. You have a cauldron with legs? Let's go. I'll be fascinated to see the direction you take with your cauldron with legs. All right, when we hit the 3-hour mark, I'm going to take a break for like 5 minutes. We will run an ad during that time. And we'll come back. And we will mock up the scene. A lot of people are like, just gray box all this stuff. I like to put the 3D... When I'm using 3D assets, I like to put the 3D assets in the scene. I'm not comfortable enough mocking up 3D game scenes without knowing what I'm putting in there. Especially when you're kit bashing. I think it'll help us to have the actual stuff in place too. And a question I have is whether I have to do all of this resource stuff myself. Like, do I really hope that some of these combinations have already been made for me, but I'm not holding my breath. Not holding my breath. I think I want this desk. They've got different color palettes too. Maybe you can turn the light off to like end the day. And maybe you can click on the door to like go into the warehouse, and then maybe we'll have a door in the warehouse that can take you to the office. I have a good feeling about this. Hope you have a good rest of the stream. Good luck for the rest of the jam. You'll catch me again over the weekend, hopefully. See how it comes along. Is your itch user also Digital Iliad? Yes, indeed. DigitalIliad.itch.io, right? Is that it? Yeah, it'll be up there. But yeah, thanks for hanging in here. I appreciate you coming over. I think you came over with the raid. I'm not sure. But yeah, appreciate you hanging out. We will be back on tomorrow. We'll be back on Saturday and Sunday around the same time. But yeah, I appreciate you. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend. I'm going to trigger the... I'm going to go on my break. And an ad will be running here in about a minute. So thank you all so much for hanging out here today. I'm going to leave this screen up. And yeah, we'll be right back for the second half of the stream here, where we make our warehouse. Burb. All right. We're so back. I really want to figure out the name of this game. It's bothering me. It's time to make the project folder, and I'm like, I don't know what to call this. I could go try to give it a placeholder, boring placeholder game like buy low, sell high. Warehouse Keeper was an okay name. What do they call what are all the different like shop simulator games called? I guess they're just called simulator, and I don't really want to call it that. What if I called it Day Trader? Dave's Day Trader. Traders. I don't know. No one would get that. You just named your Solo Jam 11. That's probably what I'll do. I'll probably have a placeholder. That's usually what I do at first. Dave's Awesome Versatile Emporium, aka Dave. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I don't hate that. I mean, I don't think I'll use it, but it's funny. It's funny to me. All right, well, we can't mess around anymore. What I need to do is I need to unpin this version of the engine and the correct version of the engine. We will use 4.6.2 stable. Got it into the taskbar. Capitalism. Yeah, like the Ludum Dare game that I didn't finish. Even though I did give it a name, I think. Well, maybe I didn't. Oh yeah, I was going to call it Crosstown Traffic. I never got around to it. Let's create a project. Why do you always want to put this in OneDrive? You stupid thing. Yeah, Godot just really wants me to put my project in OneDrive. I don't know how to change that. We'll call it just Solo Dev 11 for now. We'll do it in compatibility mode. Day Trader kind of communicates what you're doing. I mean, there's always something like warehouse manager or whatever. I don't want to be that boring. We're just going to give it a temporary name. It'll come to me. It'll come to me probably in the middle of the night, one of these days. All right, so we've got our fresh project. We're in 3D. God help us. We need to make a 3D main scene. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't need to be a main scene. Stock. Day Trader is close. It's not a good name, but it's evocative of what we're doing. Same thing with like warehouse manager. Day Stalker. We'll make a 3D scene. We'll call it. Well, actually, this node doesn't need to have. This doesn't need to be a 3D node, does it? It only would need to if we had them separate. Oh no, maybe it does have a position because. Yeah, I see what we might do. We'll call this the warehouse. We'll save this. The warehouse.scene. We'll create a folder structure as we go along. All I really want to do... I'll create a folder. I'll call it assets. What we really need to do is I need to pull my assets into here. Dave Trader. It's funny. No one will get it though, is the problem. I don't have enough of enough clout to be doing things like that, but that's pretty funny. It could be Dave's Day Trader or something, I don't know. That seems dumb. Diners, drive-ins, and Dave's. There you go. You could name the in-game character Dave as well. I could. All right, downloads. Okay, so does this include all of the free stuff or just the extras? Containers, bars, food basket, fuel, gems, gold bars, iron, money, pallet, silver, stone. Okay, it looks like it includes all of it. So we're going to extract this into the right folder here. Extract it to here. Okay. Dave's crates. Dave and Buster. That's funny. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I'm loading. We're importing. We're inputting all the resources. We'll have to delete a bunch of this stuff. Because there's 3 different versions of everything. There's the FBX, GLTF, .obj. I usually can only get one of those to work right for any given asset. It's usually not exactly clear to me which one is going to work, so we'll check them out. We'll delete the rest. The hardest thing about doing this stuff is always making sure it's going to be web compatible and not like blowing past some kind of itch.io upload limit or whatever. I could probably delete the FBX Unity. So let's open all of these. The GLTF would probably be preferable. FBX is much larger for some reason. There's going to be an interesting thing about doing this warehouse. The warehouse is going to be self-balancing. So like it'll be constantly rearranging the warehouse based on what you buy and sell. That'll be interesting. That'll be an interesting challenge. So I'm apparently going to have to write 2 different algorithms in this game. I'm going to have to write a commodity price simulator thing that's just like trending the commodities up and down. Just managing some vectors, I guess. That's not that hard. But I'm also going to need some kind of balancer. Okay, I don't know what would be better. The FBX or the GLTF. I feel like the GLTF would be better. It's much smaller, but I don't think it matters. I don't think I want to use the .obj. That's literally just a mesh. Do these depend on the .obj though, is like my real question. GLTF is probably what I want. Now, can I delete the rest of this and will it still work? is the question. The engine was not happy with what I just did. I think the FBX has the texture plus animations. Okay, there's no animations in here, but that would explain why they're bigger. Oh, did the delete not do anything? Right. Let's try that. Okay, so we kept just the GLTF. Let's make sure that this still works. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll keep these. I think the GLTF is the best thing to keep. Because, yeah, nothing we have is animated. There's actually very little going on in the game. This is going to be mostly UI-based in terms of what the player interacts with. And we just want to create a nice scene for everybody. Okay, so I've got my resource bits. I need... What was it that we decided to use for the walls? Oh, you know what I wanted to see? I wanted to see if there were, like, these stacks. Okay, so that's box dirty. Okay. Box medium. I'm a little concerned that there aren't these combinations of things, and I actually have to make all of these combinations myself. Oh, wait, pile. Containers pile. Hell yeah. I'll probably make some of my own of these, but I did not want to have to do all of these myself. I may or may not make my own ones of these. What do they call these? They call these nuggets? Okay, I might call them ore. Except for the stone one. The stone one's a problem. A green apple. A red apple. A barrel of fish. I could probably make my own barrels of different things. This will be fun. This will be fun. I'm looking forward to this. An empty crate. Could probably do something with that. I might put things like the rocks in the crates. Food pile. Maybe not though. We'll see. We'll see about that. Okay, so it considers all three of these to be fuel. So that's red. Oh wait, do these not? Okay, there we go. Yeah, with this color too, I'm like, we could totally say that this is maple syrup. I think that's hilarious. And then this is the radioactive waste. Or hazardous waste, or whatever we're going to call it. Gems. I don't think we'll use the gems. This doesn't feel tonally consistent. But I don't know. Could be fun. Never say never. The money stacks are good. Having the money be like part of the... Where's the money piles? There it is, money pile large. Yeah, having these all set out. It's gonna be fun. This is fun. And yeah, I could make more of these if I needed to. You've had the best luck with GLTF when working with other people's assets. See, I've had the opposite. I've had a hard time. I've usually fallen back to the FBX or the OBJ. Okay, well that's good. So let's grab, where is the asset that we're gonna use for the walls? I think I've decided I was gonna use prototype. Let's try the prototype. Where do I want to extract this to? Assets. Get these. I've definitely gotten to the point with mini delivery. I had so many assets that I could not fit the game into a web build, and I did not have time to fix it. So I just never did it. And when I made the project, I made it forward plus. I didn't make it compatibility. So I've gotten so careful about doing these 3D games for game jams, making sure that we're just like, we're using the simplest compatibility mode. We're being very careful about the number of files we put into the project. You can do some stripping when you do the build, but it's still, you need a really strong folder structure or it gets out of control really quickly. Okay. So what is this? These are the prototype bits. Door. Hey, this red door, is this the same red door from the detective office? Oh, that has a window. So I could go in and try to fix this, and I probably will. I will probably try to repaint the door so I can put... Maybe I won't. Maybe we just won't care, but I'm going to maybe try to put a window in here. That might be annoying. But it would do a lot for consistency if I could manage that. Yeah, 3D is very spooky with web. I like this door. I don't love how intense the lighting is. These are cute. Floor. Okay, so here's like a metal floor. There's a dirt floor that we could use. I kind of want to use... Not this, but there was a floor from the restaurant pack that I think I want to use. There's a large pallet, so we can use these pallets. There's a bunch of pallets in here, is my understanding. Primitive beam. No. What do you call your walls? Here we go, wall. I kind of just want to use this wall. I kind of want to just be simple. We have to compare the scales of these different things to see what we can do. Doorway. Is there a windowed wall? Window closed. I don't understand why there's a blueprint there. Window open. There we go. Maybe we put the window at like an angle like this so you can't quite see that the window has a hole in it. Wall half. Okay. Wall decorated. Okay. Small palette. Okay. Is the small palette half the size of the large palette? Hard to say. Yeah, there was a different floor I wanted to use. I'm gonna get rid of these. Very funny, Nix. All right, so let's grab the restaurant bits. Why is this one pack? I'm a little concerned about our detective office situation. I need to load it just so that I can, like, actually see what the heck is going on here. It comes as one FBX file, which makes me nervous. And or a Blender file, and I am absolutely not going to be re-exporting all of these. So I might use some of the stuff from this one. I have to delete a lot of these files later. I'm adding a lot of files we're not going to use. Go back to KKit. Yeah, so why is this what? This pack includes 11 assets. Why is it in one file? That pack includes 12 assets. Well, so the desk is at least a separate file. So can I not change this scene? Is this just going to be one scene? I can work with that, but might have to do some color correction. All right, restaurant bits. Do I actually want to use? I might delete this whole thing. I just want to see if I want to use their versions of the walls. If I like their walls better. Oh, their walls are smooth. Their doorway looks like. These look very similar. Oh, I like that, but that's not appropriate, obviously. At least this looks like a window this time. I might use these instead. Let's answer the real serious question, which is we need this. We're going to call this, let's figure out the name of this. Detective Office Pack. I want to answer this question about how we're going to set up this office. Hey, Johnny. How's it going? 1990. That's a good year. It's a good year. All right, let's get the rest of these files in here. I probably should have copied those instead of just cut them, but whatever. All right, let's see what's going on here with these. I'm a little concerned with how this was organized. Does compatibility mode only use CPU? Computer is making noises it's never made before. No, compatibility mode is OpenGL. So you might have some OpenGL stuff. I watched someone who had some really bad performance stuff because the OpenGL driver for their integrated graphics card was messed up. So they kept trying to fix their NVIDIA graphics card, and that was not the problem because that's not the card that was being used. So there's a lot of weird things that could be happening depending on how you have your settings, your 3D settings set up. Like if you're on a laptop, it might be like, I'm going to use my integrated graphics. But yeah, you should not be seeing performance issues at this time with an empty project in compatibility mode. All right, let's see what's going on with this scene. This is the FBX. This is the dot blend. This is the dot object. Okay, so this is not great. How would I use? It's also not. So this is the problem I normally run into, where something like the FBX has no texturing. How does the dot obj? What is this? That's the dot blend file. This file also has no texturing. Texturing is broken. I could maybe fix that because I do have the color palettes, but that's not the sort of thing I want to fix. Where'd this textures folder come from? Yeah, do whatever you can to make sure you can make a web build of this game. Okay, here's the individual. So none of these have any materials assigned. Yeah, the idea of having a separate screen for your office stuff, I don't know if that's gonna happen. I would love that from like a thematic standpoint, but at the moment things are not looking good. So where did this textures file come from? I feel like I didn't have this before. Because yeah, something is messed up. Let's look at the import. Part of my problem is I don't know how to fix this stuff when it's gone wrong. And it's definitely gone wrong. The way they chose to store this, I'm glad I didn't spend $5 on this. Okay, so your materials are totally disconnected. Can I find this even? These are just textures. So your materials are all messed up. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna bail on this. I don't think it's worth trying to make it. I mean, to be fair, making this a 2-screen game would have been significantly more complicated than making it just a 1-screen game. So it's probably better to not do that. Delete this. I think I'm also going to delete the restaurants bits because I don't think I'm going to use those then. All right. Prototype and resource bits seem good. We'll do a quick check. We'll do a quick look through K's stuff to make sure we didn't miss something in terms of something we could use for the walls. I think the prototype walls are the best for what we're trying to do. Oh, I wanted the restaurant floor, maybe. I don't think that would look right, though. I kind of wanted the grid floor from the restaurant. I thought it would be kind of a neat... It would kind of let you see the grid in your head a little bit. But maybe that's okay. Maybe that's okay to not do. Yeah, I think I'm okay. I think I'm all right. I'm upset about this, the way this detective office asset was set up. What if I... So I'm going to download this one more time. I'll download the Blender file. I'm just going to open this in Blender, which is a huge mistake because I don't really know how to use Blender. Okay, so yeah, I don't see any materials set up here either. Why does it say black and white? Oh, this is like a something. Yeah, I don't even know what to... I don't even know how to start here. So I'm not going to do it. Material, office. Yeah, it has this... It has a material that looks like it's been set up. Color office.png 1. Yeah, but this doesn't exist. There's a link. Where do you think this is? Where do you think these are? Hey, Sabby Dev. How's it going? I don't know where the colors ended up. Why not just... Okay. That doesn't seem to be doing anything. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with this. It would be cool. It would add to the atmosphere. I don't know. I don't know how to get this to work. All good over there. I'm all right. We're a few hours into Solo Dev Jam number 11. 1,111 participants at the moment, which is awesome. We're not going to refresh this page at all this weekend because that's just too good. Hey, Farm Kid, how's it going? Farm Kid Neo, maybe? How are you doing? Welcome in. Happy Friday. Everyone's doing good. What's the game going to be about? We're going to do like a little warehouse management game. The theme of the jam is everything has a cost. We're going to make a little warehouse management game where the inventory, including your money, takes up physical space. So you have to manage this. There'll be different prices for all the commodities each day. So you're trying to buy low and sell high, but you don't necessarily know what the price is going to be the next day. You have a rent that you have to pay regularly. So it's going to be this kind of game of making these bets on... You're basically a day trader, but you actually have like commodities that you're worried about managing and organizing. Hey, Sapphire. We're doing okay. I really wanted to have this second screen. I'm going to download the rest of these and try this one more time. I really would like this to work. I just don't. It just doesn't seem to be happening. Copy these. Put these in here. I don't think this is going to work, but I'm just going to try this one more time before we abandon the idea completely. It just seems like none of the materials are hooked up. And they're just like, oh, you could just fix all of this yourself. And it's like, it would be nice. So all these textures show up. So this texture folder that I swear to God doesn't exist just seems to be created as part of the import process. But it doesn't seem to be connected to anything. Except this. So these are some materials. But none of this seems to be hooked up to anything. Which is a shame. And this is not the sort of thing that I think I can fix easily. think someone else could. I think someone else could fix this easily. But not me. I think my best bet, maybe tonight what I'll do is I'll look up I'll do some searching and I'll be like, how to like reconnect textures or materials in Blender. I say reconnect. It doesn't look like any of this was ever connected. You can click on the white mesh instance and save to file. Yeah, but what does that do for me in the advanced import settings? I don't know where the advanced import settings are. Import as. But like, how would that help me to have the mesh? Problem is that none of the materials are hooked up, so none of this looks right. And build the mesh instances as a scene and attach a material to them. This doesn't even come with any materials. I mean, it comes with these materials, but these don't seem to be tied to any texture. It seems like the textures that are maybe disconnected. Yeah, it sounds like a lot. It sounds like a lot for what I want to do. It's a lot for something that's really just a second screen for the player to look at when they're buying and selling stuff. I don't know anything about this. I don't do 3D. If I did 3D normally, I would just look at this and I'd be like, "Oh, we just got to fix this." But I don't do 3D. I only do 3D during jams when I'm allowed to use assets. Did you try importing each asset instead of the scene? These are the files they gave me. I was given individual files. Each of they're all thrown together. And they have materials set up for some of them. But none of the textures came over. And then when I open the blend file, it doesn't even know. Like if I open the blend version of this in Blender, I don't get any of this. So I would need to like fix this. I would need to fix all of these. I mean, this would give me the opportunity to like, oh my god, each of these are individual things. Yeah, this would be an insane thing to do. Just to get a little second screen office set up. So I'm pretty ready to. I've told myself before that like, we'll just work on it for a little while. Then something like 4 hours later. And in a 72-hour jam, I don't think I can afford that. Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, I could save my own versions of all of these, but that doesn't solve the problem. Which is that none of this stuff is all linked up correctly. If my partner was here, she could fix this all this stuff in minutes. Minutes. But it's a solo dev jam, so. I could try to find a different office setup. But it was a cute idea to have a second area where you would go to do the buying and selling. But it's probably better if you can see your warehouse when you do the buying and selling. Probably better if you have it all in front of you and you can see stuff arrive and leave and everything. Probably better than having to go somewhere else and then come back. That would have saved us some trouble if you could go to this other room to do the buying and selling, like in your office, and then you go back to the warehouse to see what you had. That would have been cute. Yeah, I don't know any of this. These are all color office PNG.001. I don't know where this color is though. Yeah, this is not something we're going to be able to just figure out. Oh, wait. Color Office 2. Oh, that seems to have done something. No, it didn't. Oh, wait, here's the painted version of it. Okay, so we have something here. This isn't exactly the one I would have used. So can I just use a different one? No, I can't seem to change this. I don't know if these are the actual colors. I think it's just showing me something. Yeah, it's not changing anything. These colors don't totally match either, though. Click the sphere with the 4 slices on the top right to see a preview. I think I did something that froze the program. Whoa. Oh, I see. Okay. It's not the colors that I'm choosing here, though. I don't know what this is, but it's not what I'm doing. Yeah, we're not effing with this. This doesn't look right either. Like, this doesn't look anything like in here. Or maybe it is. I guess it is this, the wood style. I wanted this one. Was this not one of the accepted styles? I feel like this one here in the preview is not even one of the ones. Hey, Commander! File, top left, external data, unpack resources. Okay, let's try that. File, external data, unpack resources. Okay, well, here's these. Oh, I see. Interesting. So where's the one of these from the preview that I actually like? It's this one. Color Office 01. So I want this one. How do I make this one take that color? Office material. Yeah, okay, so I want to switch this to image texture. I want to switch it to this one. Yeah, okay, I want this one. I still hate how this is all these different pieces. So let's just say for argument's sake, I managed to get this all in here. I still have this problem of these are all separate things. And I don't think I could just use this. I think I would have to rebuild this out of its pieces. Yeah, this it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Not worth spending time on this. It maybe could have been cool. It's probably better for the player that they can just see what they're doing and don't have to go to a separate area to do the stuff. Can't you export as mesh library within Godot? I don't know. I don't know, Apollo. We don't do 3D games here. We're a pixel artist. I feel like the scene could be done with CSG. It's funny. It's not worth figuring out. It was rhetorical? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, let's get to it. Let's actually do the thing. So X. I don't love how this works. So Z, X, Y. I guess we'll orient ourselves this way, because why not? Let's just start throwing stuff in here. Let's work out how much space we have. I probably want to add a camera. Probably want the camera to be orthographic. We can make this bigger or smaller. What's the isometric camera angle? Whoa, buddy. No, not pleased with this. Admittedly free detective office. That's fine, it's free. All right. Symmetric camera angle. Approximately 35.264. Change this. Where does this number get changed? Negative 35.264. All right, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna see what kind of scale, what kind of how much space we have to play with here. We're gonna start setting things up. Let's throw in, like, I think this should actually be just a node, not a node 2D or node 3D. It's gonna be a node. Line of node 3D, we'll call it the commodities. We'll start throwing in the commodities in here just so we get it. We're looking for the scale of things. So let's grab like a pile of stuff. Doesn't really matter what, a pile of what. Okay. So there's a warehouse. Just grab like a floor piece, maybe figure out what the kind of relative scale we have going on here. It should be the same because they're both K-kit, but maybe they won't be. Floor, we'll grab floor dirt. Okay, so it looks like the floors are sized to handle 4 of these. This environmental lighting is crazy. All right, that's probably reasonable. this is set up. What if we throw in like a stack of bars? Small, large. We'll throw a large in here. Okay, so it looks like the floor has room for 4 of these pallets. Each of these pallets, I think, has, so if I load a small, so each of these pallets has room for 4 things. So a floor tile can be broken up into quarters, and then a pallet itself can also be broken up into quarters. Maybe even octants if we think of, depending on how full we think of the thing. Like we could think of this as being a totally full pallet of 8 octants. And then this is like 1 octant. And so if you get 2 of them, we could either stack them vertically or we could stack them side to side. It doesn't really matter. The pallet should probably be reserved for whatever the material is, to provide like an opportunity cost of having something at all, rather than like, so we wouldn't put like a crate next to the bar. So let's look at, see what kind of pallets we have to play with. I know we have a few different ones. There's some plastic ones. They're about the scale that I would expect them to be. About, not exactly, but about. They're a little small, which is slightly annoying to me. But that's something we could just change by scaling them up slightly. So otherwise things are going to look like kind of off. There's a wood pallet. So my concern would be if we split them up like this, how does this even work? So if I put this on here, it's fine. If I'm like, nah, you've just got one of these. Because this needs to be systematic, right? Because the warehouse is going to be self-balancing. I think I could make that work. What if we did the same thing, but with this? The environmental lighting here is like driving me insane. There we go. That's way better. So if we just like put this here, this would be fine. So we could have a set of like random palettes that are used for visual variety or whatever. And then you could pack up to like 8 of these things here. Well, we could figure out the packing rules for all that. Pallet covered. A, pallet covered B. What is that? Covered? Oh, interesting. Parts. Yeah, so it'd be funny if you just have like one of these. You probably won't. You'd have like a... So there's a small pile, which would take up like a quarter of a pallet. I can kind of use the grid for this, actually. Then there's like a medium pile. And that's actually stacked, so that actually doesn't take up any additional space flat, at least for this one. I bet some of them do. And then we've got like a large parts pile, which takes up like the whole pallet. So maybe some of them are stackable and some of them aren't. So like this one's probably not very stackable. Whereas like this one is. And then same thing, maybe like because there's also like the nuggets instead of the bars. So if we have like gold nuggets, maybe they're the same kind of way. Oh, those are the size of the individual nuggets. Great. This one. Yeah, so maybe this takes up like one of these spaces. And the problem is at the most is you can have 4 of these. So they don't store very efficiently compared to the bars, but they're probably cheaper to buy and sell. So you'd always prefer to have bars, but maybe you can't always afford that. So I think the balance of like how much space something takes up will matter in a way that's kind of interesting. I think that'll be interesting. The money pile is fun. I'm excited about the money piles. It's very Breaking Bad. I'm very excited about you having to manage piles of money. Might have to balance them a little bit. Okay, so the floor can hold 4 pallets. The pallets can hold quarters of things. Maybe 8s if you allow them to be stacked vertically. So that scales up pretty big, pretty quickly. And then so what kind of scale are we talking about in terms of the camera, like what we can see? So how big before you like can't see what you've got anymore? Well, that's the other thing is you could potentially move the camera. So maybe you don't need to be able to see everything all at once. Maybe you can like move around the warehouse. So we've got to make a warehouse space. You want to make it big enough that you can kind of see the details without select the warehouse scene. Why can't that be? There's no lights. That makes sense. I guess the camera is going to have to be able to move, in which case we probably just do a perspective camera. Actually, we could probably do a perspective camera either way. Means we need a stupid light. A direction light. Just have it face down. Because, yeah, I could see you getting to a point very quickly where you can't, like, tell everything that's in your warehouse. So I feel I could see a desire to be able to move the camera around the warehouse. I could see that being a thing that you would want to do. Oh, you know what's going to be really annoying? This whole rebalancing thing is going to be really annoying. We could do an orthogonal static camera thing. I probably would prefer that to being able to move the camera around. Because I do want the game to be one-clickable. I'm a little concerned about doing that, though. Like, I wonder at what scale you won't be able to tell what's happening on screen anymore. Like, how far out? Right now it's 12 meters. What if I made it 20 meters? It's pretty recognizable. At this scale, probably it wouldn't be on a phone. I wonder how much of the commodities screen I want to be present at like all the time. Like, would it make sense if you click into a palette and it shows you what you could put there? And you could click onto an occupied palette and you could be like sell, and it could be like sell this palette, or it could be like sell all or something like that. You could similarly do the same thing with buy, I guess. I want a really minimal interface for all of this. And like maybe if you want to look at commodity price trends, you actually could like click a button and it would show you like a graph or something. I'm not looking forward to doing that, but that's probably doable. I would like to avoid being able to move the camera if possible, because I would like this to be a one-click playable game. My other games have been one-click playable, largely. Because I like to be able to put it on like a tablet or a phone. I guess you could still have camera movement, huh? You could have like, if the cursor's at the edge of the screen, like move the camera. We could have camera we could have one-click interactions and camera movement. I'd maybe need to experiment with like some stuff. I've inspired you to work on the jam. Oh, okay. That's exciting. It's only disappointing in that now that means there's 1112 people, not 1111. I'm just kidding. Jam, jam, jam. I hope everyone's having a good jam so far. I guess I'll refresh and see how many people are in. It's fine. It's up to 1120 already. Don't worry. Don't worry about it. I'm glad we got up to 1100 though. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. I don't think I need this. I like this pastel theme. I'm not looking forward to figuring out the UI for this, but that's fine. I think the two technical challenges is going to be the commodity market stuff and then rebalancing the warehouse, like redistributing the goods in the warehouse. Maybe I don't add that. Maybe I let the player rebalance things in the warehouse. And And then we could also choose whether the player can buy anything at any time, or if there's like certain things that are on offer for certain prices or something, maybe. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see how that plays out. I really want to work out the playable area, figuring out what this right scope is. It looks like we have a pretty simple system in that a tile can store 4 different pallets. The pallet can store things subdivided into another set of 4. But I think it'll be homogeneous. Like, I don't think I'll let you put, like, a thing of mechanisms and a thing of, like, bronze bars. It'll be, like, one type of thing per pallet. Because then I could do a visually balanced thing of, like, this. Like, I could visually balance different amounts of the things based on whatever increments I allow you to have. I could let the player rebalance the warehouse. So, like, maybe you can, like, click and drag, and it will move things from one pallet to another. So maybe you can combine pallets and stuff. I would love it if the player would do that instead of me having to come up with an algorithm that would do that, because that's like solving a packing problem all the time. Okay, I have ideas. I have ideas. Ideas are forming. Let's figure out what the amount of space that we have to work with here. I think I'll keep this floor piece. Should probably center it or something. And then move the camera instead. I'll have a node for the building. And we'll build the building. We'll put this floor. This is floor dirt 2. Are there more than one floor? What are my floor options? Oh, did this come from here? I don't think so. No. I can always do that wrong. We'll say floors. All right, so there's floor dirt. There's floor. So we've got floor. Floor dirt. And floor prototype. Floor is probably would be the best. Why do you keep calling these 2? Why do you add it? Why do you make it 2 whenever I add it? Why do you give it that number? What are you doing? There's also a pallet large. Okay, so there's a pallet that's the size of the floor. That's neat. I don't think I want that. What about the small pallet? You're like a quarter of the floor? Okay, so these are maybe the pallets I'll use. Because these palettes have the benefit of being the correct size for everything. So, like, how much room do I have? I kind of like the big square floor, but I kind of hate it. I like the dirt floor, but I think the repetition of that random little texture pattern will be very quickly very annoying. I like the blueprint because it breaks the floor up into quarters, but I would need to change its color. But you know what? That's the sort of thing that we could do. Floor prototype. Changing its color is the sort of thing that we could do. Not here, though, I guess. I guess I would just do it. I would make a prototype scene and I would change its... Open anyway. I could just give it a different... I could change its color. At least I think I could change its color. Maybe diff pallets hold different commodities. You need to buy pallets as an upgrade. Oh, maybe. Alright, I want to open this. I want to actually... I want to make a new inherited scene. This is harder to change than I thought it would be. I'm so used to just 2D art where it's like, yeah, do you want to change the way that looks? Go for it. I could give a surface material override or something, maybe. Standard material. Oh, that would be the whole material. That's not really what I want to do. Lost it all. This is where it sucks to not be a 3D artist. I'm like, I like this floor. I would like it to not look like a blueprint. I just need to make it a nice color. I mean, maybe we just accept that it's a blueprint. I don't know. Material overlay on top of any active material. Okay, that doesn't seem to be happening. I guess I want an override. I don't know what the difference between these are. All right. So I can kind of change the color. I'd have to pick a color. And whatever I do is modifying the underlying blue. Which of these palette colors do I want to do? Maybe just a desaturate. Yeah, desaturate might be the right move. I don't know. Maybe the blue is okay. It just looks very weird. Maybe it'll look fine. Maybe it'll look fine. I'm presuming that it doesn't look okay. Override, you can just set to a solid color. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, easy to change later. Yeah, we could use a shader or something. We could just make this gray. That wouldn't be that hard. Yeah, do that later if needed. So let's take this. I don't know why you're called that, but let's get you in there. And then let's start. What do we want? Do we want an odd number or an even number? Let's do an odd number, meaning we will have an origin floor tile. Because that'll be annoying. Odd and even. Okay, and we'll just... We're going to say floor prototype 0, 0. Do I want to use a, what do you call it? A grid? A grid map? I might want to use a grid map for this. Probably not for such a small project. I'm thinking about in organizational terms. How much worse than a tile map could they possibly be? A lot. The other option is we make our own, basically, which I don't love. We'll look at grid map for a minute. I don't love this new search interface they have for the docs. I'm not gonna lie. It's maybe an old version. Really? Get a stable. Uses a mesh library. That's fine. I would consider it as with a mechanism to quickly swap things in and out with like a set cell kind of thing. I guess these are meshes, so maybe this is worse. I don't know if I want to constantly be like Do these get... These can be dynamically changed effectively and quickly, right? Let me see. I'm kind of relying on it to work a lot like tile map. I kind of need Diginanigans here. He's not here. Hey, Bone Circuit. How's it going? First, you need a mesh library. I don't love that. As you can see, I can't see anything in this. It's just a picture of stuff. You know, we maybe can't do this because of the way we imported this stuff. Using the grid map. I'm just trying to think if it would save us time, and it looks like the answer will probably be no. It doesn't look like this is designed to be something that I'm dynamically changing all the time. First, I need to create the universe. Yeah, that is the real struggle, isn't it? I feel like this is meant to be something that you set at design time and then don't change very much. This is not striking me as something that's meant to be used for like constantly dynamically changing the everything. I do like local to map though. I do like that. Hey, thanks for the hydrate, Nix. Yeah, you're here late. It's late. Bone Circuit, you had trouble with the early versions of that feature. Rebuilding it was problematic. Okay, yeah. I'll just probably use a tile map with a map to local just to figure out where the mouse is, and then ignore and then not use a grid map. Yeah, I don't actually want to bake all these things together. All right, well, forget it. It's going to increase the setup time here, but something like the floors we don't actually need to change, right? So I can make this floor thing once and then we're done. So it's going to be annoying to initially set up, but yeah, we'll just do that. And then moving the commodities around, we'll just manage that. We'll just manage that. I don't know. What happens if I try to put a tile map in here? Okay, it has no... It would only know how to work that out on the UI level. I mean, we could have the floor tile tell you where you are. Yeah. Maybe we use a grid map for the floor, but we don't use it for anything that moves, is what I'm thinking about. This is a scene, though, and not a mesh instance 3D. It's a scene that has a mesh instance 3D. So I don't think I can actually make that. This is going to be annoying. The way I got it to work in the Grave Escape was the camera never moved. So I just set up a tile map layer that could read your input. I guess I could use an empty grid map and use it and do the same thing and just use it for input. Like all I do with the grid map is read local to map. Hey, C-Square, how's it going? Oh man, you haven't hopped in since LD55? That's amazing. That was our very first game jam. We're jamming. We're jamming right now. All weekend. We're doing the solo developer number 11 jam. It just started a few hours ago. 4.5 hours ago. We're working on kind of a little warehouse management game for it. I'm hooked. I'm hooked on jamming now. LD55 was my first jam. I've done about 5 or 6 jams since then. I've crashed out of a few too. We're not counting the crashes. And yeah, we're working on another one. How have you been? It's been a while. That was 2 years ago. LD55. I crashed out of LD59. I tried to do it. Didn't work. I crashed out of LD57 too. So I haven't been able to do another LD, but I've been enjoying the solo dev jams. I've been enjoying the down to jams. You're skipping this one. You just got out of a jam. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for hopping in and hanging out a little bit here. All right, so yeah, I think that's what we'll do. I think we'll just, well, let's try to make a grid map real quick. Why not? Let's just see. It's gonna be like, I want a mesh library, blah, blah, blah. So I need to make a mesh library. I don't know how to make a mesh library. Maybe I don't want to fuck with this at all. I like this though. I like the graphics here. So here's my question. So if I set up a grid map here, if I set up a grid map and I make it the right scale, all I really want is the input. I could live without having the anything else really. Okay, so that won't work if there's no mesh library. That's unfortunate. Let's give it a script here just for testing purposes. We'll call it grid map. And all I want it to do is, it's not a void, is it? It's func process. I just want to print local to map for a global mouse position. Get global mouse position. Get global. How do I get them out? Global mouse position. I thought this was a thing I could just do. Is this only in tile maps? Get global mouse position? I guess it is. We can figure it out, I guess, somehow. We can figure it out ourselves just from a flat plane that we set up that interacts. Or we could provide information to the floor to all these floor pieces so they know where they are, but I don't want to do that. I don't want to do that, but we could. We could totally do that. Maybe we don't do it this way. What's the idea for the game? It's a warehouse game, so it's going to be like you're going to be buying and selling stuff in your warehouse, and everything will take up space in your warehouse, including your money. So it's going to be this, and there will be like a random, each day there will be like a different price for everything. Man, I really wanted that second office screen so we could like turn the light off and be done for the day. Maybe I could figure something out for that. But yeah, it'll be a game about trying to buy low, sell high, pay your rent, expand your warehouse. You get it from the viewport? Oh, okay. Yeah, all I really want to do is figure out where the player is. Right, we're gonna try this. How do I add an item to this? Oh man, this sucks. Mesh. No files found. Okay. Yeah, geez. Okay. Yeah, this is not gonna be viable for me. But even if I don't have a mesh library, or even if I have an empty mesh library, all right, we'll try this one more time. We'll just say func process. We'll say get our viewport. Say get global. Okay, that is not a viewport characteristic. Give me my global mouse position. Get global mouse position. Do4. It needs to be a canvas item. We could do get mouse position right now because there's no camera. Well, there is a camera, but we're not moving it. For the purpose of our test, we could maybe do this. So we want to print local to map for this. Do we have the wrong number of parentheses? Yes. Argument 1 should be a vector 3, but it's a vector 2. All right. Say vector. Say variable mouse position equals get viewport dot get mouse position. We'll just local to map a vector 3, and it'll just be mouse position dot x 0 and mouse position dot y. And let's see what that gives us. It seems to just be giving us actual pixel position. I don't think that's what I asked it for. I asked for local to map. Returns the map coordinates of the cell containing the given local position. I guess we should do to local. I don't think that's the problem, but this doesn't seem to work the same way as tile map layer, which it seems like is the general problem. That doesn't seem to be doing what we want it to do. All right, we can figure out some other way of reflecting the player's input and figuring out what grid position they're on. There's a million ways we can do that. What I'm getting from this is the grid map is not what we want to use. So let's just set up. Let's do the really boring stuff of just figuring out the size of this warehouse. So things will be able to fit within the small grid here. So within these 4 grids. So like a pallet can be subdivided in 4 pieces. But you will only be able to interact with the individual pallet. So we just need this to be, we need these squares to be of sufficient size that you can tell what's in there, and such that your finger could pick a specific pallet. You have to raycast from the camera usually. I do not want to do that. We might be able to avoid that if we don't let the camera move. I've done something before like that. We can also have these items be mouse pickable and the items and these themselves. So actually what I want to do is I don't want to do this. I want to delete this. I want to make an inherited scene from the floor prototype. Because I don't know why it always renames it floor prototype 2. I'm going to call this warehouse floor. Because now we can give this a script and we can assign it like a coordinate value and stuff, and it can be like mouse pickable, and we can give it like a collision shape and everything. If we decide to. But for right now, we're just going to save warehouse floor as a... Maybe I should call it warehouse floor tile. We could just call it floor tile. Floor tile. And then so now we can fill this with floor tiles, and then we can do whatever we want. Should the top of the floor be at 0? I don't exactly care. But probably. We'll figure that out. When we start trying to combine things, you're probably right. Only in orthographic, though. Yeah, orthographic is what I've used before. Yeah, I think we'll just do mouse pickable stuff. So I can avoid all that horror. We're going to do my classic Dave spiral here. Can I can do stuff like setting a minimum amount to move, right? I can use snap. Yeah. I love snap. So yeah, we're going to do my classic, I just spiral this out until it's size that I... Well, maybe that's not how I should do this. That's probably how I'll do it anyway. We'll probably rename all of these later. There's a million ways to do this, and I hate all of it. I could have done like a row column thing. This is one of those things where it's like you pay a setup cost, but then you just don't think about it anymore. And we could assign like coordinate values to each of these if we end up implementing that mouse pickable thing. But I just want to see what kind of scale we're looking at here. Okay, for some reason I can't see all of these. I'm leaning towards using an orthographic. It's either orthographic and the camera doesn't move, or it's perspective and the camera moves. And it kind of depends on how obsessed I am with making this a mobile game. I'm thinking this is not going to be a good mobile game. I think interacting with all the UI elements and everything is going to be too challenging. And so I just don't worry about that much. So let's look at a perspective camera. I need to add a camera controller. Because then we can have different sections of the warehouse, and you can unlock them and mouse over them and everything and see what you have. I don't know. We'll see this. We'll look at it orthographic for now. Why is this only showing 3 of these? Do I have to move it further back? Yeah, okay. Okay. So if I do it like this, keep the aspect ratio or fixed size maybe. That's good. Yeah, I'll keep aspect ratio. Hey, Otavio, how's it going? Welcome to the stream here. Why is this off slightly? Is the camera in a... Did I move the camera? I did. Let's just... Show me that preview. All right, so from an orthographic standpoint, we can fit a lot. This is already 5 by 5. It's going all right. Nice, nice. We're doing a game jam this weekend. We're doing the solo dev jam number 11. So how hardcore do I want to go with this warehouse layout? I could do a number of things. You need to join a... You tried streaming yesterday? Oh, nice. You need to join a game jam? Yeah, do it. It's good. It's fun. It's good times. Okay, so I don't think we're gonna do it this way because I do like the idea of you being able to buy more tile space. And this is like very static, very boring. I kind of like the idea of you being able to pan the camera around. I just want to see how much we can fit this way. I don't think this is how we're going to do this. If anything, we could have the floor change. So like maybe before you've purchased the part of the warehouse, maybe we use like the dirt floor and then we swap it to this when when it's available. Or maybe if when you're in like palette mode, it shows this. So then in that case, we could keep this in blueprint. So this is just like when you're buying and selling, the floor switches to this look. Could do that. And then the rest of the time, it's like, it looks different. So how much space do we have? So yeah, this in orthographic, we could have like a really clean... Problem is there's just not anything going on here. It would just be the palette part. And this is not really how I want to make this. I would like to have sections of the warehouse, but that would also maybe be a lot. It's also maybe a lot to do. I think I would be tempted to go back and use like the Kenny factory or something like that. I need room here for like walls and stuff and doors and things. Your whole stream was just you making a window for the chat in Godot. You used a script someone made that receives and sends Twitch chat messages. Nice, nice. Yeah, Temptic has some Twitch API stuff, integration stuff you could maybe use. Chat window's working well. Now you can't stream anymore because Twitch suddenly wants you to verify phone numbers first and you don't have a phone. Huh. You know, you could get an internet phone. I have an internet phone set up for voicemails related to for calls related to my business. It's like not a real phone number. It's like a VoIP number. You could consider just getting one of those for a little while. I mean, you could get screwed in that you could eventually stop paying for it, not have the phone anymore, and get locked out of your Twitch, so. Make your own 3D tiles in Blender? Nope. Hard no. Bone Circuit. I only do 2D art. We're doing 3D here because we're doing a game jam, and I'm allowed to use asset packs. All right, so I don't want to set the level up this way. I want to play with it a little differently. So I think these tiles are going to be the overlay tiles for when you're in like buy and sell mode so that you can see like what kind of warehouse stuff you have maybe. So maybe we'll do like a swap in and out kind of thing. And what I probably want to do is just make some different warehouse sections. So we'd probably make a starter area and then some additional parts of the warehouse that you can access. So maybe you start with like 1/4 of the warehouse and you can like quadruple your warehouse size. Well, quadruple's the wrong word, but maybe you could buy the rest of the warehouse eventually or rent the rest of the warehouse. The only question is like, do you want to have areas that are not accessible? Let's play around with the walls and stuff. I might end up organizing this differently. Right now I just have like floors and walls, but I might do this in sections or quarters. Could have like quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4. Is this your first couple of games? This is my 6th or 7th jam game. We do pixel art here, Bone Circuit. We do pixel art. That's all we do. We're not a 3D artist. We're normally working on FTL style games in 2D, and we've done a number of 2D pixel art games from totally from scratch. But Solo Dev Jam is my vacation. Solo Dev Jam is the jam when I just get to grab a bunch of art asset packs and make a game without having to build any of the art assets or sound. It's like a little vacation for me. We can focus on gameplay, and honestly, level design ends up being where a lot of time goes. Yeah, I don't like 3D. I don't like it normally. Thanks for the heads up of what to expect. Yeah, normally we aren't doing this, but we're having some fun. We're having some fun this weekend. So I don't have a lot of walls because I wasn't expecting to do a lot of walls. We have like this wall. We have this wall. So the thing that I was most worried about doing camera, regular perspective camera stuff is like making it so you can't see outside of the warehouse. So we would need to lower the camera and angle it down such that you actually can't see. There's really nothing I can do to prevent that, huh? I'm trying to avoid this situation. Trying to avoid this. I also can't stack these walls very easily. I guess I could probably flip them. Oh, they're blank on that side. Maybe we use a more oblique camera angle. I have like isometric set up. Maybe we use something more oblique. What's a good oblique camera angle? No, not that kind of oblique. Not the roll axis oblique. I think it's like double. Let's just try double. Hey, 4 Toasters. You're making a game for the jam too. What's your game about? We're going to do like a warehouse management game about like buying and selling commodities. 3D kit bash is crazy. It's fun. It's more fun than doing a 2D kit bash. That's hard. All right. So what if we did -70 point? It's 264. something like that, like 70.5 degrees. Negative 70.5 degrees. I just absolutely do not want to have to render anything outside of the scene. Like, there's going to be no outside of the warehouse. So I need to do this in such a way that I can constrain the viewer so that they can't see anything like that. So how do we like this? This is okay. So I would just need to prevent the camera from being able to move to a wall. So I could do that, and then you could just move the camera around and go to different parts of your warehouse. I could manage that. You mean like the potential is crazy? The potential is high, and the risk for something to go horribly wrong is also pretty high. Okay, and then for the side, okay, so as long as the camera has like a collider, ooh, that almost doesn't work. Maybe I still want orthographic. No, maybe I don't. Perspective is probably fine. This is close though, where I'm like getting to the edge here. I think it's okay if you see just a little bit of the top of the wall, which is what's happening here. So as long as there's about one grid space worth, I don't let you move the camera closer to the wall than that, which is fine. So you don't need to do that. Then you can move around. Nix, would this be like an actual FPS controller 3D game, or more of the Metro one main menu type of 3D game where the camera shifts over a set path to different parts of the map? That would be cool. No, I think this would be like a WASD camera, but I think I would put a collider around it so that it couldn't get closer to any of the walls than this. You just put like a box collider that's like 4 of these tiles big. And so the camera just stops before it gets too close to any of these walls. I would have to be careful in terms of the level design to make sure I don't create like weird situations, but if it's just one big rectangle of a room anyway, I could probably even put some like columns in place. Do we have columns? There's a pillar. Yeah, I could put some of these pillars around to provide a little bit more variety. I thought there's a beam. Yeah, like we could do some stuff. I could put a beam up here. To help cover the last little bit, because we do have a little problem here where you can see a little of it. I could just combine that with the wall there, solve that problem. So you don't see the top of the wall. Well, you can't see anything because of the lack of environmental lighting. I need to add some environmental lighting to this. I'll just change the directional light a little bit. Doesn't matter. Do that. We'll do environmental lighting later. I don't care about anything like that. But yeah, now you can see, instead of seeing the top of the wall, you can see this yellow beam. Which I think is a small, it doesn't really matter, but it matters a little. And is this too close? I'm like trying to settle on like things like the camera and the scale and stuff. So I would put some floors here. Well, let's finish this first, I guess. So having modular walls good for something that's essentially only a box. Seems like it adds a ton of bloat to the scene. Oh yeah, it's horrible, Mootsie. We're building this out of assets though. If we were a 3D artist and we were, you know, doing this for real, we would probably make this differently. But ease of use is the reason we're doing it this way. There's a setup cost, and then it's done. And anyway, you can hide these by just doing this. You can just, like, hide all of it. From version 4.6, they bundled the CSG to Mesh plugin. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. What is going to be bought and sold? Farm Kid, we are going to be doing commodities. So we've got a nice set of assets with commodities like metal, wood, textiles, oil, food, these random boxes that I think are going to represent mystery palettes. So you can like buy a mystery box and then like open it up and it will turn into a bunch of different stuff. That's going to be hard to do if the warehouse isn't rebalancing automatically. But you know, that's okay. And then, yeah, your money is going to have a physical presence too. I think it'll be silly. And we don't have any shelves. I don't think we're going to support shelves. So what we do have... Just get rid of that beam for now. Doesn't matter. I don't think people would even notice if you can see the top of this wall here. It'll just look like something else. So here we would fit some floors. So we'll throw some floors in here. I made a floor tile, so we'll say floor tile. There we go. I'll need to make a copy of these walls too, maybe, potentially. I probably should, just in case. Instead of just using the raw. So we're just going to use this for testing. Don't worry too much about it. We're just kind of testing camera position, scale, things like that. So this should be down. So I think y'all, I think this should be offset in here. Can I move this? Yeah, like this. Minus 0.5. Save that. All of these are down now. Okay, so the walls intrude a little bit, but that's fine. It's fine. So you would have palettes of different things. Shouldn't be just a node. What do we say? Palettes. You're excited to make music for the jam? That was your favorite part last time? You did make a rhythm game? Nice. Yeah, I'm not gonna make anything. That'll also be assets. For the top of the wall, can you copy and paste and flip it upside down? We could. That's not a bad idea. It's a good idea. That definitely gives us more options. We do it more correctly than this, but this is good enough for now. Yeah, that's a good idea. Looks a little weird, but I think it's fine. It's not going to be any weirder than having the exact same tile pattern across the whole thing, and that solves a lot of problems for us. Because now I can bring the camera up a little more, right? Now I could bring the camera up to like here-ish. I don't even need to go all the way. I could. I like this oblique angle. Yeah, that's nice. That gives us a bit more scale. Here, let's make one of these. So let's... Where is this anyway? Wall.gltf. So we'll take this. We will make an inherited scene. Yeah, that's a good idea, Farm Kid. What we're gonna do... Oh, this is tough to be an inherited scene. We're gonna actually have to just make a whole new scene. New scene. Node 3D. I'll call it a double wall. Because that's what it is. And this will bring in a wall GLTF here. That'll be wall. We'll call it, we'll say bottom wall. Bottom wall. I'll say lower wall. We'll make another one. We'll say upper wall. And then the upper wall. Whoop. Let's get the snap going. Snap is very helpful when doing this kind of stuff. We can do this once, and then we never have to do it ever again. Now we've got a double wall. Very resourceful. I'm not sure if I want to do the textured side or the untextured side. I'll have to decide. That'll be easy to change. Although I would just take this thing and flip it around or something. Is this good? Do we want this right at the top right at 0? I think we do. Double wall is good. So I just get rid of all these. I do this again. What is the goal of the player in this game? Yeah. It's going to be a mix of things. It'll be like the price of all the commodities will change each day. You can buy, sell however many commodities you have or want at that given price for the day. Then you'll say, I'm done for the day. And then the next day will come, all the prices will change. The question is whether the prices will be just totally random or they'll follow some kind of trend. I would love for them to follow a trend, but if we're being super honest, it's probably going to be completely random within some kind of bound. And then by the end of the week, you just have a rent that you need to pay. And I think the rent will go up as you buy more of the warehouse. It'll probably go up non-linearly. So if you like double your warehouse space, your rent will probably go up like quadratically or something. And I think the goal is to like fill your warehouse with like money or something, or survive as long as you can. I think they would be funny if you could fill your entire warehouse with money. That would certainly be impressive. What has happened here? I see. Yeah, the double wall thing was smart. You gotta really be scrappy when you're doing this stuff with assets. Can't I see anything? Okay, there we go. All right, this is just a scale test. We're just seeing, there's our floors, there's our stupid walls. I hate how I can change the speed of the camera in 3D. All right, and we'll just throw some pallets in. All right, see you, Brown Circuit. Have a good one. All right, let's grab some of these pallets. Also, what are we going to do for things like doors? I guess we'll have to have we'll have a few of those. Probably have these doors, these like emergency doors. These are cool. So yeah, I guess we'll use dirt floors everywhere. And then that'll just switch to, because that'll be consistent with the texturing on the walls. So we'll have like a blueprint for when you're in like moving pallets around, and you'll have dirt floor for like whenever else. I'm just going to stick with this for now so I can put some move stuff around. That might be a little annoying to set up, but it'll be okay. I could also just kind of gray out these a little bit. Or just keep it. It might actually be nice to have this blue. Have this. It looks a little weird, so maybe we don't do that, but... I don't love these little triangle things. I might slightly overlap them. Yeah, whatever. Who cares? All right, scale. We're working on scale. We're trying to determine the scale of all this. I think we have a good wall height. Let's look for the resources. I'll just grab a few pallets of things. That's not it. No, I don't want the crate. I want the stacks. Pile. So I'm going to forget about the pallets for the moment and just look at the stacks of things. Okay, so that's reasonable. It kind of goes a little far up against the wall, but that's okay. I just want this stuff to be big enough that you can see what it is. So you might have something like this. I guess this is 4 pallets. You might need the pallets themselves to be a little bit more of the thing here. Okay, so here's like a large pile of that. Here's like a small. I'll have to figure out what I want to do to like what would half of that one of those be? Versus this kind of stuff. I might need to subdivide this a little bit, but that's okay. So this isn't how it would look. It would probably be like this. If you had less than one stat palette or something, it'd probably be like this. Something like that. If you had less than one. This looks rather well, no, this is about right. This is about right. The only other thing I could consider would be blowing this up so that each floor tile was a whole palette. That might make more sense. We'll have to see. Let's just see. This just feels kind of small. I need like an environmental lighting thing. I'm like losing my mind. So what do you need? Oh my god. There we go. Yeah, I don't know if I love this scale. I think we double the size of the resources. You think the camera... You liked the orthographic camera more? I think the camera would be cool to be in a 45-degree angle compared to the grid. The thing is, we're trying to prevent being able to see past the walls. So a number of things make that better. One of them is having the camera be oblique. I mean, we could technically do that with an orthographical camera. Yeah, maybe I agree with you and I also like the orthographic camera better. I would need to change the size. I think I might keep the angle though. So we could do this as well. I think it's kind of harder to tell what everything is. But it's probably better this way. I saw it when I walked, boy. Might not want the walls to be bigger. Because let's think about this too. Let's think about like environmental stuff. So if we got rid of this one double wall, we replaced it with single walls. Because what we want to do is we want to try... You think the void would look better white? It probably would. It probably would. I'm not going to do that because my eyes would bleed out. Like I would just lose. I would go blind. But maybe in the actual game we could do something like that. This is something I'm going to have to be able to stare at. So we want to try this out with a doorway. And so the thing is, with the doorway, this already looks wrong. So I think I would want to double the size of the walls. Which gives us some benefits. Gives us some benefits. So I can get rid of this. Because yeah, I think... You know, if I scale everything up, then we have the same problem again, but just somewhere else. So I need to make sure that I'm doing this relatively. I think the thing that I would like is if I had one palette per floor tile. And so that would mean scaling up these resources all 2x. But it would be would it be easier to just scale up or scale down the floor tiles? I guess I don't need to do that. I don't know if I would like that sheer amount of this like floor tiling line work stuff. I don't think I would like that. Let's add another wall here. Oh boy. No. Where'd that wall go? Oh, I didn't add it. I just want to get the vibe right for the scale of everything. We can do a lot of other stuff, but yeah, like the door. I'm probably gonna have a door. Okay, I have the door. What's the half wall look like? Oh, the half wall is like this. That could be useful actually. Door B. I like door B. Door B is not aligned with anything for some reason. Okay, so the door is important for scale. That all looks correct, which is a problem for me. It also looks like absolute trash in orthographic. I don't think I prefer the orthographic. I very much did for Grave Escape. I don't know if I prefer it here. I don't think I do. I think I prefer this. I think I want to have different alignments for the walls. So like, I think I want to do like this. Well, that's hard to do, huh? Put some more stuff out here. You should code the mechanics before making it look good. Generally, that would be true, but that's not what we're doing. We're not making it look good. We're determining the relative scale of the components in the game, which can't change because I'm not a 3D artist. So we're just right-sizing things. So like, what's the point of coding the warehouse if we don't know the size of the warehouse, right? I mean, we could do it and make it arbitrary, but we're not going to do that. I think as a general rule, what you have described is correct. But I think when you have no control over the art that you're using, you should test the art first. We're not trying to make it look good. We're trying to make it look coherent, which I think is different. We're trying to make it so that like the barrel of fish isn't 3 times the size of the door. And right now my problem is I kind of want this stuff to be double-sized. But the problem is, if I double size this stuff, now it doesn't make sense with like the door and things. So I would need to double size the door. And if I'm going to do all of that, what actually probably makes more sense is to cut the floor size in half. Instead of doubling everything else, I probably should just make the floor smaller. Can you put down a palette for reference? I can. I'm not sure which palette I want to use. This set came with a bunch of palettes. Well, let's get a money stack in here. Because Because yeah, right at the moment, I don't love the sizes of everything. And so these smaller elements, I would actually want to put these more like this sort of thing, right? Oh, this one's a little tough. This one actually might stay like that. Oh, maybe I would do it like that. Maybe I would leave it like this instead of doing like this. And the palettes just get bigger. Maybe it's like approximate. So maybe this was correct where it was like, it would be like this and like this and like this. But now we're getting back to like, we want the palettes to auto balance. Unless maybe it's up to the player to like free up palettes by combining things. I'm not sure. I haven't changed my mind yet. Not 100% sure what I want to do there. I think the sizes are good and players are probably not going to care about that so much. I think they will. I think you need to be able to see what's going on. I can kind of see what this is. It's not great. I do think that the camera angle is not helping me. So let's try lowering the camera angle. We've got to be careful that we do it the right way though. Maybe a wood one. Yeah, we have some wood palettes. I have a few different palettes that we could use. There's plastic palettes. There's these plastic palettes. These are at the same scale as the resources. And there's like a wood palette. So actually, if you've got these into consideration, then yeah, if you're doing something like this, it makes sense to, if you don't have quite enough there, you like, that's the wrong button. Do something like this. You're just partially occupying the palette. The only real question is, why can't I just put that in here? And maybe I can. Maybe this wouldn't exist. Maybe you wouldn't have this as long as this was here until this filled up. It depends on how discreet I decide to get about it. So yeah, I think what I actually want to do is decrease the size of these floor tiles. But maybe not. Maybe we don't use this grid. Maybe the grid is largely unnecessary. The gridded floors. Or maybe it's fine because it's in line with the walls. But what I don't like is the camera angle, so let's change that. Let's try a different angle. Let's go back to isometric real quick. 35.3. Negative 35.3. And then I would need to lower the camera. This, I think we could maybe make something around here work. So this is at 7.5. This could be good. I can see what this is. We don't go over the wall. The scale looks kind of right. Yeah, I don't love this blueprint floor. I thought I did. I thought it was neat because it would let you see a little more about the way things were divided, but let's just not do that. Let's just grab the other floor tile. Actually, what we can do is something even more clever. Well, not really, actually. So this is inherited from the dirt floor. Yeah, I don't think I like the blueprint floor. Can you make them 1.5 times the size? The pallets? I could. I don't know if I want to. Because the thing is, the pallets came with the resources. like this fits just fine right here. Here's a pallet of money. Yeah, I guess your brain will do just fine. We might get pretty cheeky about placements of things. Like we might have the floor be at -1 and the pallet be at -0.5 or something so that all the items can be at 0. We'll have to decide how we want to manage that. This is not an FTL-like game. No, it's not. It's not, Ezra. We're doing Solo Dev Jam number 11. We're closing in on our first 6 hours. We've figured out what we want to do. We've pulled the assets we're going to mostly use for it in terms of all the art. We're making a little warehouse management game about buying low and selling high. This game is going to be about buying mystery items and trying to get profit. That will be an option. That will be an option. That will be an option. I've described some of this. So the commodities we have support for are all of these. These are all the commodities in our asset pack. And I like the mystery boxes one. That's like a kind of commodity that can be purchased at some arbitrary price. I would like them to be able to be kept in mystery box form and you can like open them and they'll become other things. But to do that, well, it depends. If they just swap out 1-to-1 with one other thing, yeah, that's probably what we'll do. I was thinking, I was like, oh, then we have the rebalancing problem, but it'll probably be 1-to-1 and the mystery boxes will be of different sizes too. So they can switch into different size stacks of things. Buy low, sell high, is it random? I think what it's gonna be is it's gonna be like one of those rent pay kind of games, Ezra, where you have like a certain amount of rent each week and each day the prices of everything changes and it's like super random. I wanted to do like economic trends, but let's be honest, I don't have time to simulate commodity market. So it'll probably just be some random set and they'll be weighted against each other so that like you don't have a situation where everything is up or everything is down. Maybe there'll be a pool of differentiation of like, if this is up, if this thing is up, the other things are down or something like that. Like have a pool of, I don't know how I'm going to do it, but it'll be fine. Vibe code of fake trend. Yeah, exactly. No supply demand. I wanted that. I wanted it such that, and we can do this. Maybe if you sell a bunch of something the day before, the price the next day is like artificially inflated. And if you buy a bunch of stuff, or what is it? If you sell a bunch of stuff the day before, the price goes down the next day. And if you sell it, then the price goes up the next day. We could put a little bit of that in there. I'm probably more likely to have like a scriptable thing like that than I am to have any kind of real commodity market dynamics. High risk, high reward. Yeah, because your money takes up space in your warehouse. So it's going to be this kind of thing where it's like, yeah, because there's the rent. So you need to make sure you have enough money at your warehouse at the end of the week. And then during the week, you'll be like buying and selling and like double pendulum RNG. There you go. Ezra, you don't know if it's scope creep, but you can make it more gameable. Like, here's tomorrow's demand. Oh. We could try that. My goal would be to get the mechanics of all this like figured out tomorrow or whatever so that we can spend Sunday like balancing it. Because I feel like balancing this experience is going to be harder than anything I've done before. Usually I don't play test my games. I just make them and then I just poop them out. And those are the games. So yeah, I don't like this blueprint floor anymore. So we're going to change this. And change these floors. Where's the dirt floor? We'll try the dirt floor. So we'll do something like this. Oh, but I didn't want to do that here. I wanted to make a new inherited scene. We can just call it dirt floor. I guess I didn't have to delete the other one. Oh, wait. What am I doing? I'm selecting the scene I'm inheriting from, right? I know how this works. Oh, yeah, we have pillars. That'll be fun. We'll throw some pillars in there for scale. Maybe we'll have some, like, shelves, and maybe we'll add some furniture around the edges. Like, we have some of these weird decorative palette things that we can scatter around. I want to be very explicit and clear about what is and isn't, you know, manageable. Well, maybe we use the regular floor here. I don't know. Maybe dirt floor. And then what I want to do is I want to lower this by half. Get all out of here. There we go. Yeah, I'm a little worried about making sure the game feels fun, but that's fine. You're excited for the game? Oh, I appreciate that. 4 toasters. It'd be cool if you could get a newspaper every day and it could have drama about some companies that make the items and could also have an impact on prices. Those are all cool things. That is a cool thing that I definitely don't have time to do. I would like to do that stuff. There's so many things that we could do with a game like this if we had more time. Okay, so the floor tile thing is gone. I'm gonna rename that floor tile. Actually, I can't. It'll just be dirt floor. Okay, so we got our dirt floor. We can put these in place now. This is better. This is much better. We can use things like the plastic pallets and the wood pallets to have like some amount of randomization of like pick a pallet, throw a pallet down here, throw one of these things on top of it. Let's be real, there's probably going to be some kind of downsampling shader that we throw on top of this thing. The hard part is going to make this like not look terrible. I like this angle. I like this zoom. I need to add a camera controller. Okay, I think I'm happy with this scale. Guess I should put this last wall in place. I think I can live with this. Camera's at a nice angle. Actually, should I just... I can make this really easy if I just lower the camera just slightly so that the angle is perfectly down. Will that... Well, now there's snapping. I could do like this. Well, I kind of like this. Do this. And maybe go up slightly. Is this worse? It's a little worse in every way. I've just got to be careful. I don't want to make it so you can just see outside of the warehouse, but maybe that's easier to do. I can always make changes. We can always bring the camera further down. Change the angle a little bit. Right now we're using like an isometric angle. Don't want you to be able to see outside of the warehouse at any point. That's why I think I might slightly change the camera angle. Just so that you physically can't. Yeah, slight down angle on the camera. We can raise it up a little bit then. Not all that way. Do it like this. What is this, like 8.1? Just do 8. And now whether I move the camera forward or back, you'll never be able to see outside of the warehouse, I don't think. I really want to do this as a single screen game, but I think it limits it too much, and I think it looks bad. It's like the orthogonal version of this. Well, this is actually pretty... I might have lied, and I might actually prefer this at the end of the day. I might actually prefer the orthographic camera. You like a diorama LSG? Yeah, this just feels weird. The scene feels super weird this way, and then when I make it orthographic, it feels a lot better. And everything's still really recognizable. I mean, I'll have to fix this horrible lighting setup. Then I just have to be careful about... Well, what's the camera angle now? Well, let's make it back to isometric. 35.264. Negative 35.264. What's your Z position? Is it 0? Yeah. So you can kind of see outside of this. What's this? That's 6. This might be acceptable. So something like this might be acceptable to me. Maybe I can zoom out a little more. Maybe we could make this a single screen game. I would love if there was no camera movement. You'll see me waffling back and forth on this. Yeah. It's going to take me a while to decide. I don't even think we need the sidewalls then. We just get rid of the sidewalls, don't we? In that case. They don't make a lot of sense, and then we just... I mean, we could still have camera movement and stuff. I just kind of don't want to. Maybe you have a terminal where you buy sell. Yeah. I wanted to have a totally separate office that you could go to do that. But that didn't work out. You don't think it's bad at all to have it just floating in the void? Oh, well, we would fill the space. Like, I would widen this. But this is already a lot of space. So this is 8 by 4. This is an 8 by 4, which is, you know, 32 pallets. could change the size, make it more. I just want to make sure that it's things remain visible, like like you can, like, this is the point at which I'm starting to be like, what is that? Like, I want to make it so you can definitely see everything. We also don't need this much ceiling. We could do like this. The double walls were neat, but we don't have to do the double walls. Hey, Ornong Live. You're trolling? I'm a little busy to help you trolling. Yeah, we could just lower it down to here. This buys us a ton. You know, this might be enough. Might be enough. Since it's mostly a UI game anyway, maybe we don't care. There's something weird happening there. I don't know what's going on with that. It could be... Oh, I'm in the clipping area. I would love for this to... For the camera to not move at all. That would be optimal for me. Okay, that fixed that. Don't be in the clipping plane. Step 1. What we could do is we could have some middle tile that separates this out into quadrants, and you can like purchase the additional quadrants to use. All right, sorry. This is a little much. Yeah, this isn't great. Rule number 1 is be excellent to each other. This is not that, so I'm timing you out. I'm not going to ban you. Yeah, and ISO, half the screen is just walls. Yeah, we're dealing with that. How do you expand your warehouse on a single screen? Well, we'd break the screen up into like quarters, I think. That's what I'm thinking. So we don't need the double walls anymore, but I'm going to continue to use them for this example. I really just want to settle on scope, and then I think I'll be happy to just do some level design tonight. Set up the basic stuff, maybe get some interactions going after dinner. So there's an awkward amount of space available here. Might need to slightly change the size a little bit. It would be neat if we could achieve like a good power of 8 or something like that here. Yeah, so there could be 4 quarters to the warehouse and you start with just one of them and you can rent the other ones. And the other ones will start out and they'll look all dusty and whatever. Like they'll be full of like random shit. And you can rent them for use. So can we make it so that this all works? Hey, Rhiannon. Get back from grooming your pups. How's things going? It's going okay. I think we're settling on a scale and a presentation. I think we're going to do orthographic again, like Grave Escape. We tried some different perspective stuff, but I think we're identifying a scale that would be good. Where things are visible. Ignore the horrible lighting model I'm using. All of that stuff we can fix. We're just trying to sort out the scale at the moment. Can I widen this a little more? 16 meters. Not quite. 20 meters. Well, now we're back to the same problem again, and now this is too objectively too small. Oh, you know what I could do? We could save some space on the side for some UI stuff. So let's make the size warehouse we want, and then figure out how we're gonna fit that into the camera. I would like an 8x4 here. Although this isn't really 8x4. This is actually a lot bigger than that, isn't it? Well, we can't do that. Let's give up on that. It's not going to be 8. It might be... Make it so you could move left and right with 80. I don't want to. I am retaining the right to do that in the future, but I would rather this be like a... You can play the whole game with just clicking. But yes, that is an option. Okay, so I think we can get something close to this in view. Let's lower the orthographic. So we have the right aspect ratio. I think we have start with the right aspect ratio pretty much always. Oh, could I have put the environment directly on the camera and then not have created the world environment thing separately? Neat. What does current mean? Ah, I see. Let's go down to 16. I'm just going to look at it in the preview. Too big. 15. 12. Too small. 13. Is this 13 just right? Not quite. Okay, so we've identified a slight problem. But it's okay. I could maybe put these walls on the side here. Hey, bad cop. No ISO. This is isometric. Look. Negative 35.3. That's isometric. At least it's ortho. Thank God. Or it's as close to isometric as Godot will let you with rounding. I think isometric is 35.264 traditionally. In just terms of the pitch or whatever. And this 2.5D, I don't know. Too many Ds is what it is. It's not 2D, and 2D is the right number of Ds. You could make arrows on the side of the screen you could click to move to. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, and then you'd go all the way somewhere else. I don't really want to do that either, because I want you to be able to move stuff around in your warehouse. Because unless I'm going to manage like a warehouse balancing thing, then if you buy different pallets of things, or let's say you buy a mystery box, or you buy whatever, that stuff is just going to show up on an empty pallet. I don't want to have to figure that out myself, but I am willing to make it so that you can click and drag and manage your own warehouse and consolidate pallets until they're full. And if I do that and you can move the camera, it's a little harder. That ISO was always 45 degrees on the Y rotation. I don't think so. It's 45 on the Y, and then down 35.264 on the local X, or whatever the pitch is for the camera. So yeah, you got to turn 45 and then look down 35.264. But yeah, okay, your point is well taken in that this is not isometric in that sense. Should it be? No, it probably shouldn't be. Okay, we're close. We're close to what I want to do here. I don't want to use this. Well, I guess I could. I don't want to, but I could. And the clipping plane again. This is close. This might be the closest we can get at this aspect ratio. It's slightly off. You always struggle to make ortho look good. Yeah, the black and white game I made for the last solo dev jam I did was all right. You gotta go. All right, no worries, Ezra. Yeah, we'll be here. We'll be here all weekend. I'm probably gonna wrap it up soon here too. I need some dinner. I haven't eaten since breakfast. I'm gonna probably be doing 12 to 6 Pacific time. So we started at 12 and now it's 6. So I'm probably gonna wrap up soon. Clark the Spark is an isometric level that turned out okay. Well, I mean, that's Clark the Spark we're talking about. I'm absolutely maddened by this slight problem, with this slight difference here. I guess it's up to me what I want the aspect ratio of the game to be, huh? I'm in charge. Now, what we could do is we could maybe use... I mean, we could just clear. That's like such a small amount on the side. We could just accept that as being lost. But what's annoying me is we're not seeing the edge of this floor here. Oh, do I have half tall walls? I might be able to do like a wall cutaway thing in the close side. We'll do a couple more experience. I've only got a few more minutes until the pre-rolls are off. The controls are weird because which way is up in ISO. Yeah, that's annoying. You should increase the roughness of the floor. It's really shiny. I'll work on that. That's the whole we should not be making the game look good yet thing. Staging is fine, I think. But yeah, I think being like the emissive quality of that material is too high. It's like I do need to address that. You're very right. But that might not be right now. But it's very much something that we need to deal with. Why is this off now all of a sudden? Oh, now it's all off. There we go. That might actually also still be off. Jesus. Are we aligned yet? No? God, get yourselves organized. How many of you are there? Okay, that was aligned. There we go. Yeah, in ISO, I just make Z up. Because you reason about ISO and XY. Oh, no, you mean the controls. Oh, God, yeah. Doing controls for an isometric game is impossible because of the conversion. There is no... I agree that there is no good... I feel like there is no correct way to do it. No matter which way you choose it, somebody will be deeply confused about it. All right, so I'm okay with this warehouse at the moment. But my problem is I don't feel like I can divide it cleanly into like sections that you can buy. And I kind of want to have some kind of foreground, like partly cutaway wall or something. Like, what the heck is going on here? Oh, again, I'm in the clipping plane. It's fine. Maybe something like this is acceptable to us. This is what, 30 floor tiles, which times 4 would be 120 pallets. So maybe you can maybe you start with 30. And you can gain access to the rest of the warehouse or whatever. Like maybe you can buy additional parts of the warehouse or rent additional parts of the warehouse. I don't love the wall stuff. On the controller, is it correct to rotate the stick 45 degrees? I don't know. I don't know how I would address that, actually. What I would probably do... I would probably get the vector of the joystick in screen space, and then I would probably convert it to tile map space. I think that's the only way I could do that where it wouldn't drive me insane later. But I don't know if that would be intuitive. That might make people equally crazy. But that's probably how I would do it. But yeah, I don't know. I also know you're just fucking with me. The correct way is to not do ISO. We love ISO. I don't know why I'm saying ISO. It's ISO. We love ISO. Yeah, the right answer is to check prior art. Yeah, I had to tell somebody this the other day because they were like, "You're an artist, man. You're expressing yourself and you're an artist." But the problem is they were talking about the control scheme of the game. And I was like, absolutely not. The one way in which you are not an artist with your own expression is when you start talking about the control scheme that people are going to have to use. That is one of the few areas of game design where you just do whatever the lowest common denominator is. Like, I don't care. Do whatever the most obvious thing is. Like, focus test that shit. All right. Do we have half walls? I thought we had half walls we could use. Okay, we do have a half wall. Oh, but it's thickness. It's not. Okay, whatever. Okay. I was hoping we could have like a partly cutaway door situation. So we have some stuff we can use if we want to have like inaccessible areas. I think I accidentally made a texture. Short. Whatever. We'll just do a diorama kind of thing. We'll fix this. Maybe I just make the camera slightly smaller. Or maybe we use a 16:10 aspect ratio. Would that solve most of my problems if I just switch to 16:10? And we just eat the space on the edge? Yeah, controls are a bad place to innovate. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point. Yeah, so this is, I think we're at the point where I need to fine tune the size of this camera. Because, yeah, I want it to be a little taller and a little narrower, and I think 16:10 might be the thing to do. Can I just change it here? What's, it would be like 1200 or something, right? Is that it? Does that change the camera? It probably doesn't. Oh, maybe it does. See if we can get a nice look with that. That's close. That's pretty close to what I want. That is really close. I think something like this is what we want. And we'll just eat the bars. Bars on the side. Because this is 120 pallets. It's divisible by 4, so we could set this apart in quarters. There's some other stuff we can do to differentiate the space. Like there's some pillars that we have that we could put in. Where is it? I saw it earlier. There's decorations we could use to fill out the space. But yeah, I think we've traced the outline. What we want to do. Yeah, we could. We could put the UI there. ULO 16 by 10, LSG. All right, I'm happy. I think we're in a good spot. I'm out of snoozes for the ads, so I got to wrap up. But yeah, we're doing... This was our first day on stream for Solidiv Jam number 11. I'll be on at the same time, Saturday and Sunday. See how many people have signed up since then. 11:25. Feeling... Wasn't the right number. I couldn't think of a rhyme. Oh well. Everyone else that's jamming, good luck. Let's find someone to raid. Let's find a raid target. I wonder if Bad Cop's streaming. Exo Drifter's live. Let's maybe go hang out with Exo Drifter. Let's go to... I haven't raided Exo Drifter in a while. Let's remember the lowercase at the end. Good luck with the offline jamming. Yeah, I'll probably work for another 6 hours after a quick dinner break here. But yeah, thank you all so much for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow. Appreciate all the new faces here. And the familiar friends. Appreciate you all. I hope you all have a great rest of your evening. Thank you all so much for watching. Yeah, Rhiannon's got the Discord on lock here. Thank you for the follow, 4 Toasters. Have a good night. Bye.
Maximum warp.